to crush everything, or at least that's the idea. Wesley, if it fits. I think that's too long. We have 6 letters. Sprite should be named Carl. Oh, I like that. Dan? Oh, I like Dan. Alrighty. I might be a bit biased, but I really like Dan. So, for anyone who does not know, Final Fantasy 1 Dire streams, he names his characters Ace, Bill, Carl, and Dan. And Dan is, at least in the world record route for the NES version, permanently pretty much dead. He never gets to do much at all, because the experience is distributed among the characters. So, more efficient to only have 3 characters alive, although it's also rather risky. So well then, ladies and gentlemen, let's get this going with Dan in 3, 2, 1, go. Also, let me check what just happened here. Sanitator, thank you very much for the 1175. Really appreciate that. And the comments reads, bark the existential dread away. Oh boy. Yeah, let's bark that away. Fun. Either way, thank you so much. And I hope you're doing well, or if not, I'm not sure about the comment. I hope you're doing much better soon. God, Shadiel. We don't have lower and uppercase, so it would preferably be something that is just one word. Agrees to you, Dark JDL. How are you doing? Marley is a good one? I mean, Marley for the lady would be probably quite fitting, to say the least, considering she's the one who is going to carry us through stuff. Mint would also be a good one, I guess so. Did you just hear an alert some no notification on stream? Well, that would be less than ideal, because I have just done that. But yes, you probably did. Let me repeat this real quick. There we go. Now it should show up. Sorry about that. I see, fair enough. Glad to hear you're doing okay. And once again, thank you so much. So, alrighty. The boy and the sprite should stay at the lowest possible level, which means we are going to get the lady as early as possible. And in order to do so, we will have to get caught by the goblins and recruit the lady at the castle. The only way you can do so is if you talk with one of the guards, so you actually know who Dialog is, and that basically triggers you getting caught by the goblins once you return from the Water Palace. And hey, Zerai, thank you for the host. I appreciate that. Welcome everybody. Zerai Ruffle is usually a fan game player. I wanna be that guy type fan game is quite a relaxed and chill guy to hang out in his stream, so I can recommend that. Thank you very much, Zerai. Welcome everybody. Food perks percent. Still not fully recovered? I hope you recover fully soon. Quadlight, thank you for being around. Thank you, sir, I appreciate that. So, alrighty, for anyone who has just joined us, if you are curious what this is about, this is Secret of Mana, an action RPG for the Super Nintendo from 1993, so that is pretty old by now, to say the least. And a lot of people fondly remember this game because it was a game that allowed you to play an RPG, an entire adventure with multiple people at the same time, like up to 3 players, if you had a multi-tap. And you would be able to completely play this game with your friends, with your family, with your siblings, and all go on an adventure. And it's not turn-based, which means, well, everybody gets always to do some stuff, and you would just kind of cooperate your way through the game. At least for me, that was one of the most amazing things ever, and thus, it basically has a spot for me as my favorite game ever. In this case, however, I am only one person, unfortunately. But on top of that, we are going to go for a solo character challenge. Which means, the solo character challenge, we can do pretty much anything that is allowed in the regular speedrun, minus arbitrary script execution, because that would just kind of be silly to allow that, since you can literally call the credits within 10 minutes. So we just run through the game with a solo character. This time, chat has voted for going for the solo character that is the lady. I keep both the sprite and the boy at the lowest level possible, that's the idea. As long as they don't level up, we are fine. Although, potentially I will also not necessarily care about them accidentally gaining a level based on how far or away it is since our last time saved. Alrighty, and here we go, the first boss is defeated. In order for us to recruit the lady into our party, we have various methods. One is we can travel to Eleni's forest, defeat 2 werewolves, and that will make the lady join our party. But alternatively, we can actually activate a cutscene by talking to some guards along the way, and then get caught by Goblin, which is another cutscene, and the lady saves us. Then we can go into Pandora Castle and recruit the lady there. So since we don't have to fight the werewolves, and we would level up if we defeat the werewolves with the boy here, we will actually choose that path instead. I see. Take care, Latlin. Thank you for dropping by, and have a good rest. This was Skyrim to you when you were a kid. You explored already finished dungeons. Hey, that's nice. I like it. Because it's interesting. Do we just find something? Somewhere. Over there, maybe? Over here, maybe? Could be nice. Alrighty, this is going to be with glitches, which means I'm allowed to do everything, as we are in the regular speedrun, which means I'm going to get a ton of money, I'm going to get additional items from additional item slots, and stuff like that. Do you have everything? Yes, I do, indeed. You're hereby banished. Now get out of here. Okay. So we did get 10 experience from the Mantis Ant. At 16 experience, the boy would actually level up to level 2, which we kind of want to avoid, at least most of the time. And that means we will not want to kill anything whatsoever. So we talk to his guy, and I believe this guy here. Actually, I think you only need to talk to the second soldier from the right, and that will activate the cutscene. And the lady will then free you subsequently. This game glitched? No, impossible. Yeah, this game is full of bugs, and most people have experienced at least some version of it, like no characters getting stuck in walls when you are using the rope pulls, and other slightly weirder shenanigans like graphical glitches if you switch screens when an enemy is just about to cast a spell. So yeah, that stuff happens reasonably often. They're not glitches, they are features. Sure. You're so mad to be banished from Podos. You don't know why you wanted to be there so bad. I see, fair enough. Oh, by the way, I have a question, ladies and gentlemen. What exactly is an equalizer? Would that be useful for my stream too? Or do I already have that, I just don't know how to use it? Because equalizer to me sounds like it would equalize all the sound levels. And I feel like that would be extremely nice, because if I'm slightly turning away from the microphone, you might just not hear me properly anymore, which is less than ideal. Since I'm already very soft-spoken and particularly loud, this makes it even more tricky. It balances the sound, I see. How do I get that? Is there a software solution for that? And equalize allows you to adjust the individual sound levels for in different inputs. I see. So it's not an automatic thing. I could just say equalize it to this degree, and it would equalize everything. But more advanced, you can do things like turn up, down, bass, slash treble, etc. The cute round flutist. I'm glad to hear that, Genjiro. For streams you're not sure which tool. Yeah, got a full bus? No, actually, I guess the bus is fine, isn't it? I'm more concerned about the microphone sometimes clipping too high, or it's just kind of getting a bit too loud or a bit too quiet. Fair enough, Alphon. Maybe what I'm looking for is more in the vein of... what is the other thing called? Compressor? Question mark? Also, the lady just saved us, so... the hero has entered this... the game, so to speak. Left without even telling me her name. Yes, indeed. Poor guy. So, now we need to go into Pandora. The way we do this is where we just run there. The nice thing is, the enemies around here are all not really doing much if you just run past them, so it's reasonably easy. We go into the castle where we find the lady again, and she will join our party. If you have not watched the Goblin cutscene yet, she will essentially just kind of go, "Who are you? Get out of my way!" And that's that, really. And you will find her at the Wolves. Minus 3 dB on stream, and it's okay. I have minus 13.7 currently. Alrighty, what is her name? I think people suggested Marley. Considering how similar she looks to Chrono Trigger Marley, I think that is a fine choice. Now we will need a name for the sprite eventually. So, okay. The boy needs to unequip his armor so he is easy to take out. And we will start actually doing things here. And yes, ArchIdeal, not game music specifically, but just general desktop audio. Good morning, God's Black Arm. For me, I'm pretty much constantly too quiet, from what I can tell. I did not mean to go to the inn. Let's go ahead and buy some basic supplies for our people here. We are going to buy a candy and medical herb. That's all. Then we look at the medical herb and see, hey, that's not terribly great. Let's sell it back, because we have no use for it. And also the candy. Can't be of much better quality. Let's look at his inventory again, but it turns out it's terrible. So we sell his own stuff to him, and instead he will give us a ton of money for whatever he has, so maybe he has to tells himself his top-notch quality. So I think 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So, alrighty, with this we will have quite a few things at our disposal to 4. 1, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Restless Sprite is a good pun. I don't even know what it refers to be honest. Alrighty, we buy a basic armor for the lady, so she will take significantly less damage. Since as long as you do not have all equipment pieces equipped on all slots, you will take more damage, a lot more damage, most of the time, because your evasion just straight up doesn't work. So there's that. Okay, okay. Now we give the boy the knuckles for now, because those are the least damaging weapon, and just to make sure that he doesn't do silly things, we just kill him. And that's that. So, alrighty. Boy is dead, and we are not going to accidentally level him up, since ghosts do not actually gain any experience, which is convenient. Oops, the boy is stuck there. Ghosts cannot run, by the way, so running through areas is just kind of mostly pointless if you're at max range to your ghost anyways. Ouch. Also, you can see we take so much less damage in comparison to the boy. Wesley snipes. Casual? All bosses and places. I mean, we can do all bosses, honestly. So since we are not doing glitchless here, do you guys think all bosses would be a fine choice? I think all bosses would be an interesting choice. Let's just do all bosses. As this is not glitchless, so I think all bosses is fine. Plus, I'm actually running against all bosses splits anyways, because I didn't really have anything else, so yeah, that makes sense. All bosses JP version. With a solo character challenge, that wouldn't actually change anything. Because it usually implies having multiple characters alive if you get soft lock at the end of bosses, which cannot really happen if you only have one character alive. Although I have no idea how removing characters from a party in the Japanese version will affect things. You did something, you did indeed. So, alrighty, come over here, boy. Oh yeah, actually, I forgot. You need to go into Eleni's forest first and see the statues, otherwise the lady will refuse to go into Gaia's Navel. So the only way to get her into Gaia's Navel is by moving over here first. Which means I can just go and buy stuff at Nico here. Oh, I remember now too. I need the sword in order to get anywhere through here. And here at Nico, I'm going to first buy some basic supplies. So what I'm going to be buying is 4 fairy walnuts and 4 barrels. 3, 4. Then I'm going to sell one of the blood item slots. This one is fine. Then I'm buying 4 more fairy walnuts. Actually, I think this should be fine. Let's just buy 4 more barrels after this. So this should give me the opportunity to buy 4 more barrels. So we have 2 slots with barrels and 2 slots with fairy walnuts. So the way this works is basically, earlier I used a glitch to select an empty item slot to sell literally nothing to the NPC, and that created a corrupted item called a blat. A blat item is not updated properly when you sell all of them, and the game would normally try to adjust your inventory. Oh, you sold or used up one of all of the items. let me rearrange the inventory, but instead it just has an empty item slot when I sell the last black item at the beginning of the inventory, and the game just puts the fairy walnut and barrel in there if I just place it there. So, here I will be taking advantage of the sprite and the boy basically is shielding me from those Chopping Hood arrows. So the interesting thing is, Chopping Hoods use projectiles, and for some reason ghosts actually absorb projectiles. So the basic idea is, but this isn't the solo character challenge. The thing is, it's pretty much impossible to always try to never have a projectile absorbed by the AI control characters. So what we do instead is just kind of, well, if it happens, it happens, might as well allow it, right? So that's the basic idea here. So, in a sense, I can just dodge the attacks as well, but it's just more convenient sometimes to let them get absorbed. So hitting that switch is necessary to open up the passage further up. I'm just here leveling up a fair bit until my spear and also sword will be at level 1, so I can charge them up to level 1. And those enemies here give a fair bit more experience than most other enemies. The one downside is that I don't have the power rest yet from the Dwarven village, which would increase my attack power by 5. But it's still pretty good overall. Okay. Spear's level 1, let's start working on the sword. Because people want to be able to charge up both the sword and the spear, and also gain some base levels for the lady in the process, since she will be able to deal a significantly higher amount of damage once we have that complete. Also, for some reason, the lady sometimes attacks twice in one swing. I believe the sprite can do that too. It's probably something about the frame rules. The boy never does that. Ouch, please don't kill me here, that would be awkward. By the way, those bow rats have only 60 HP, so him healing for 66 literally heals him to full. I kind of hoped I would be able to kill him before that happens. Okay, getting further. The sword should level up relatively soon here too. He's only going to spawn one eye because the chest actually takes up the second slot for enemy spawn, for the third one for that matter. There can only be 3 enemies on screen in a combat zone at any given time. The boy pulling blats out of his pocket is so nice. Oh, Jazz. I would love to see just kind of baby rumps. Can you imagine? Just draw some baby rumps. That would be super cute, wouldn't it? You know, with kind of like little doggies or little rabbits with way too large ears and stuff like that. You will draw some baby rumps, nice. Nice, that's awesome. So weapon skill up. Let's go back to the spear until we level up the lady one more level. So, I believe the lady gains +1 strength every other level up. The boy gains +1 strength almost every level up. I'm not entirely sure about that. I think that's kind of how it works. 2 chests. So those chests are not terribly useful, unfortunately. Hey, that's pretty good timing for a level up. Well, let's go. We have done everything that we would want to do here. Moving on. So those level ups will help me quite a bit in the initial portion of trying to defeat the Tropicalo, the next boss, relatively quickly with just one character. Why are mice killing and stealing? Wait, what? Bow rats? Yeah, kind of like Robin Hood, but not really. They just shoot you instead. Don't take any money. I mean, they might take money once they kill you. Never thought about that. We should have a romp mini or so sometime. This kind of baby romp. You know how some streamers have the Chur mini like Churno? Or the Wix mini like Wix? A romp mini would be awesome. There a point at which the boy goes away. Let's try it again. Not normally, but I will be removing the boy's ghost at some point from the party. However, I will not do so until a fair bit later. The reason for that is, as in a fair bit later than I have the opportunity to. The reason for that is because sometimes bosses just completely bug out and they are completely invulnerable to physical damage. And for a large stretch, the lady only really has physical damage at her disposal. That's her only way of damaging enemies, or bosses for that matter. And if I just kind of cannot hit them physically, I'm just stuck. I can't really progress. And I'm not sure what exactly causes that. I just know that it only ever happened when I removed the boy early from the party. So there's that. So I will be removing the boy, but only once I'm going to be entering the Mana Fortress. Removing the boy from the party, by the way, is going to be a glitch that I'm using. So we got the magic rope, allows us to leave dungeons and many other places, basically go back to the beginning. Also, solo character challenge always includes if we have to use another character in order to progress, such as having the sprite alive to cast Undine spells to open up the passage into the Earth Palace or Earth Temple, then we will just have to do that. There's really no way around this. Or also briefly using the boy on the Desert Sand ship so we can re-get the lady. Since once again, there's really not another way of how to handle that. Can you still adjust the boy's attitude to make him run when you run? Otherwise it seems just like a hindrance. No, ghosts always just do the same thing. They have a very basic script as to how they follow you, they never run. So you cannot make ghosts run whatsoever. Changing their attitude really doesn't do anything either. It's literally just that they are being ghosts, they just move towards your character. That's all they do. Why am I going to save? I don't know. Let's just save, I guess. So here we get those power rests that will allow us to be way stronger. Let's buy some more equipment items, I guess. Mostly for trashing them. So, okay, let me show you something real quick, because it's not a terribly serious speed run. I can just show this off real quick. Here we have 4 fairy walnuts, 4 barrels, 4 cups of witches, 4 medical herbs, 4 candies, 4 fairy walnuts, and 4 barrels again. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm standing in this specific spot. It doesn't matter how high or low I'm on the screen, it just matters that I'm basically at this horizontal position on the screen. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be equipping an item and then throw it away. Equip an item, throw away. Equip an item, throw away. Equip an item, throw away. Every time I do this in this specific position, one of my items in the inventory becomes 0. X0 and 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Alrighty. And what that means is I basically just kind of trick the game into doing something it shouldn't do in a sense. So what the game tries to do is unequip my character's armor and then delete it. But instead, the game is really buggily programmed. Instead, it just chooses to adjust a value based on where I'm standing on the screen, or more specifically where the trash can is on the screen that we use to delete stuff. And if I'm standing exactly there, it will allow me to destroy all my inventory items. But the game tries to unequip it and changes some values around. The values it happens to change is it changes a value, let's say a number, from either 4 or 5 to 0 or 1. As it reduces it by 4. If you do that with the girl, it reduces it by 2 if you do it with the boy. It reduces it by 6 if you do that with the sprite. So the sprite solo character challenge actually does not have access to the equipment trashing. What a 0 means in my inventory is that I can use that item up to 8 times, and then I need to do equipment trashing again, and I can just do that on the fly anywhere I want. And in a sense, as long as I have equipment items to throw away, I have infinite resources. Every time I throw something away, it gives me 8 of those items. Also, by the way, I would like to point out that the lady here does, at level 6 or so, less damage with a charge attack than the boy does at level 3. So the stats are actually very different. The boy has significantly more strength, which is actually going to be a little bit of an issue for us. Because the lady won't be able to punch through one of the boss's defense, and we will just have to wear him out until he has no healing anymore. Actually, that is going to happen twice. Those bosses that don't heal, eventually we just kill them anyways. Also the pumpkin here, if you just move at a specific time, you can easily avoid the explosion damage. It's not actually that the ghost absorb this in this case, because multiple characters could get hit by one. Actually, that's not true. Only one character gets hit by a pumpkin bomb now that I think about it. Either way, it's just kind of, it works also if you don't have a ghost trailing behind you. Hey, Opus, thank you for the host, I appreciate that. Welcome everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know Opus ZZ, I have no idea how to pronounce the C or the C. You probably saw it on screen, hopefully. If you don't know Opus, he's a really chill fellow and a really awesome streamer. I highly recommend you check out his channel. He recently does a bit more Mystic Quest speedruns, and probably also a lot more other things. What did we want to name the sprite? I kind of missed out on this. Wesley? I'm not entirely sure what Wesley goes for, but let's go with Wesley. Oh, Carly would have been a good one too. Thank you, Opus. Opus, thank you so much. Welcome back for 21 ROMs in a row. Thank you so much. Well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much, Opus. 21 ROMs in a row, indeed. So, alrighty. Now, next up, we are going to be doing the following. I'm going to unequip the sprite from his basic armor, so he takes more damage. Oops. And also, at the same time, I'm standing in a specific position, where the sprite also unequips, as in I'm doing another equipment trashing glitch at the same time. The sprite unequips the weapon he currently has equipped. So the sprite has a boomerang, the boy has a boomerang, because I just equipped the boy with the boomerang on the boy as well. And the boomerang is one of the most awkward weapons. The reason why I equipped that on those guys is because it's unlikely that they will ever deal damage to enemies with the boomerang. They're actually surprisingly good with the bow and arrow. So I just give them a boomerang so they don't accidentally kill stuff. And well, you just move on. So Carly would have been a really good name for the sprite as well. For anyone who does not know, in Seiken Densetsu 3 speedruns, which is basically Secret of Mana 2, we most of the time have one of our characters, Carly, dead. That's just kind of how it works. She is mostly dead. But she is still very useful as a dead character because even though she doesn't get experience, she can still heal us for a basic amount of health in Seiken Densetsu 3. And that is actually pretty useful because, well, funds, as in gold in Seiken Densetsu 3, are extremely limited. Thank you so much, Opus. I really appreciate that. Boom. One more. There we go. Good job. So, the sword is upgraded, which means it deals more damage. Plus, we have the power wrist, so we deal more damage. So overall, we deal a lot more damage, which is nice. And Greffery, thank you! Greffery, thank you very much for 9 drops in a row. Welcome back! And thank you so much for your continued support. I really appreciate that. Also, while talking, I completely forgot to upgrade my spear. I could upgrade the spear to level 2, which would be overall more base damage than the sword. Not that big of a deal, but it would just deal 2 or 3 more damage per swing. Plus, the spear overall is actually a stronger weapon than the sword for most of the game. So yeah, thank you so much, Greffery. Hope you're doing well. I must have been a tasty chair, Grump. Yes, indeed. So we just go through here. Your water. So here's a fun fact. That wolf is actually caught on the ledge here. Which means I can easily kill him without having to worry about anything whatsoever. I can also kill this guy real quick, so he's not going to be in the way anymore. So the wolf was basically stuck on the ledge there. He could not move left, and he tried to only move left rather than doing anything else useful. So that helps us. Also here, the boy with a charge attack and another regular swing always kills those bow rats, but unfortunately Lady needs to roll high damage rolls in order for her to do that. Chairs here actually are worth quite a good amount of experience, but you really don't want to let them lose. That is very unhealthy for you. So I just hit them twice, even though it's a little bit inefficient in terms of damage output. And with the wolves, you really don't want to play around too much. So we just use a barrel, and we go Metal Gear Mana in order to, well, be hidden from enemies. They just literally don't see you. Bosses are different, but regular enemies just don't see you. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue here with saving. So, our next order of operation is trying to get the sword to level 2, but also, kind of more importantly, we will want to level up the lady to a sufficiently high level that we don't need to worry about dying too quickly. And We will actually need to basically level up for the next 2 bosses. Yeah, no, actually more like... The boss after this one is not so relevant, but the boss basically... How to put it? The boss that comes just... Let's say Doomswall. Doomswall is the boss I'm talking about. That guy is going to be a bit of a pain to deal with, because we don't have enough damage to kill him easily. So what we want to do is we will want to just outlast him instead. So also I waited here a little bit before I did the next swing. Those chairs will always jump into the table over there and never actually reach me if I'm standing like this, which is making it a pretty good grinding spot. 3 chairs are worth quite a lot of experience, so that's really awesome. The reason why I'm waiting is because enemies, if you hit them for a ton of damage, like you critically hit them, they will get knocked backwards. And knocking them backwards... Oops. Is not such a good thing, since by default the chairs are actually always facing, I believe, down. And they will just kind of get knocked... No, they are facing up, that way around. And they will get knocked down, away from the table, and I would need to reposition them, or it would get rather risky. Hey Deuce, how are you doing? Greetings to you. And we are in a bit of trouble here. Just continuously swing at them. Chairs are some of those enemies that are always vulnerable. When you hit them and they are in the stun from the hit recovery. A lot of enemies are only vulnerable in the heavy hit state or the light hit state. Some enemies are not vulnerable at all, and some enemies are vulnerable in both of the states. Not entirely sure what the reasoning for that is, but that's just how it is. You kind of need to learn which one is which. We are going to go for, I think, 108 HP. Then we know we have enough health to easily survive. Yes, actually probably a bit more than 108 HP. That way we should be reasonably close to the next level once we hit Doomswall, the boss. Rest well, Dark Stadia. Thank you for dropping by, and have a good rest. So yeah, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to feed our channel Rabbite, exclamation mark food box gives you a number of types of food that you could feed it by using exclamation mark delicious, whatever the food is, like apple. That works. Or, if you would like to add some more food to the list of things we can put in, you can also make suggestions. Just saying. I mean, might as well do stuff like that while we're grinding here a bit. I'm actually not worried about the upcoming boss here, the Spiky Tiger, too much. He is rarely too much of an issue for a solo character, as long as you have adequate equipment and know what you're doing. Although I've messed it up before, so maybe I should go back and save. I was about to say, that's why I'm not going to be saving. Maybe I should go save anyways. Because stuff can go wrong if Spiky decides to sit on the ledge for too long. I think this should level me up. Nope, not yet. Hey Agony, how are you doing? When I was a child, my favorite boss was Spiky Tiger, by the way. Because it was actually a challenge trying to beat him. Maybe I should reset this, this is slightly dangerous. Okay, we got it. It's fine. My favorite boss was actually Spiky Tiger, because it was so difficult to beat him. And he was a rather dangerous boss, to say the least. So back then you could already tell that I really like a good challenge. That has not changed up until now. Some of my favorite games are things like Dark Souls or Wings of Wii. I wanna be the bossy, I wanna be the guy type games. Although even my willfulness to go for extremely difficult games has a little bit of a limit. Since I'm not playing all the really difficult I wanna be the guy type games. Sometimes I dabble into them a little bit, but I never tend to finish. Spike is still your favorite? Nice. Kilroy still might be tight though. Kilroy is so funky. It's so weird of a boss. It's kind of fun to say the least. So, I'm doing this room once more, since I already leveled up, and I hope that will give me enough experience from the bosses to be at the next level before Doom's Wall. Ouch. Ouch, don't kill me. Oh, that might kill me. That might be really bad. I'm dead. Oh no! Wow, well that's what happens when you don't pay enough attention, I guess. Kilroy, best. Worst robot design ever. I agree with this. Oh yeah, that's why the chairs are dangerous, but at the same time, better than pretty much anything else. So that's really unfortunate. But okay, I'm just going to go back to being more careful than usual. I should have just reset that room when stuff went wrong. Best thing about Legend of Mana... Wait, what? So what other requirements does this challenge have? Glitches or anything along those lines? In this case I'm just going to go for all bosses as well. It's not glitchless at all. As in, you can make this run glitchless if you want to, but in my case I'm just going to go for all bosses, because that seems like a fun idea. That strategy actually was way better. The best thing about Legend of Mana is the ability to build your own Kilroy. Wait, that's actually a thing in that game? I did not know that. Interesting. I think I just figured out a decent way to handle those chairs. By the way, the chairs are invulnerable while they are jumping towards you as an attack. So that's why you sometimes see me swing, but it doesn't deal any damage. I do not have any evasion and the hitboxes are not terrible. It's literally just when they attack they are not vulnerable for a brief period of time. So that's when that happens. So Marley is level 8 again. Just one more level and then about 3 more rooms. Let's hope that it doesn't mess up this time. That would be lovely. I just realized when I'm waiting for them to line up towards the right, I could also charge up my attack. That would be a reasonable thing to do. I didn't do that again. Oh well, that's okay. Oops. Also, I just also realized I would need to stand way further away in order to land the level 1 charge attack. Otherwise, if I do it from here, I'm going to be in line of danger from the chairs, which would be bad. By the way, chairs, in case you're wondering, they can drop gold in chests or barrels as a rare drop. And barrels as a rare drop in glitchless would actually be pretty valuable. Let's stand around here. I'm not sure that's really worthwhile. So every time you level or charge up your weapon 1 level, it increases your damage by 50%. So a level 2 charge attack that I now have a level 2 charge attack will do 200% damage to the enemy. The only reason why you would charge up is because you have a waiting time and could not hit the enemy anyways. Or the enemy has really high defense and you need to be able to punch through the defense. The defense basically is kind of like an absorb rating. If an enemy has 10 defense and they deal 10 damage, you will deal 0 damage because he has too much defense for you to deal any damage. If you deal, however, 100% more damage, you would at least deal 20 damage. And thus, you would, in the end, minus defense, land at 10 damage in that specific example. The charging up can help you punch through enemy defense. It can sometimes be also the only way for us. Alrighty, we are back at level 9. Boulder chair gets whacked. One more room, and then we move. This time I hope the last room doesn't kill me. I guess I shouldn't hope, I just should execute properly. That would be the more reasonable decision, all things considered. Also, by the way, a heavy hit is when you deal 25% of the enemy's maximum health in damage in one swing, or one attack for that matter. Doesn't have to be one swing, you can chain multiple swings together if there's an opportunity to do so. The other way around also works too, by the way. If an enemy deals more than 25% of your health and damage, you get knocked down onto the floor, which by the way has an interesting effect that you do end up getting a so-called get-up attack. The get-up attack is just kind of your character is flailing his weapon around while standing up, which actually has some interesting implications. If you use a ranged weapon like the bow, boomerang, or the javelin, it does not work, as in there's no get-up attack, because your character literally does not have a hitbox of damaging stuff around it, since it's supposed to be a thrown weapon. So it kind of makes sense, but it's also a bit strange at the same time. So also, on top of that, there is the weirdness that if you charge up your weapon to level 1 or level 2 and then you get knocked to the floor, the get up attack will be the equivalent of your current charge level. So the interesting thing is here, I actually want to get hit by Spiky, or more specifically eaten by Spiky, for about 25% of my health. That way I get knocked to the floor, and on the get up attack I deal 200% damage, because I will be charging up my weapon to level 2. So that's the idea. It doesn't always work out that well, because Spiky is a little bit, well, random in this instance. Also, what I will be doing is I will be using a method to charge up my weapon without swinging it first. And the way I do this is, first off, I'll run away so I don't get hit. Then I use the target command, and then just hold the B button after confirming the target. And he immediately decided to jump up to the side here. On the left side you can hit him with the boomerang, on the right side you cannot. Don't ask me exactly why. I can do a quick charge here again. No. And here I do want to get eaten. Okay, we do not take 25% of our health and damage, but that's okay. Just choosing the bow because it's also a little bit stronger. Fire Breath would engulf us in flame, which is really bad since we would be crowd controlled and couldn't do anything during it. I can, however, just use a barrel at an appropriate time, and that will completely negate the damage, because a barrel makes you invulnerable to all types of physical damage. Yeah, alrighty, he does not deal enough damage because we are actually higher level than I'm usually at here. So one more... Oh, nice critical hits, lady, that's really awesome. One more. Okay, here. Fire Bouquet. Fire Bouquet is really not good for us, because it reduces our attack power. Also, I wanted to heal there because it's possible that on the right side he lands close enough to me that I would get hit by him coming down. On the left side, you do not get hit when coming back down. Not sure why, but that is when he comes down from the tower. When he jumps regularly, like not from down a tower to land on you, he can still hit you there in those cases. And Perham Furbottom, thank you! Perham Furbottom, thank you so much, and welcome back. For 4 rounds in a row. That is really, really awesome. I'm glad you enjoy your stay, thank you so much. And we defeated Spiky with 9 HP left. I would have healed on the next hit, but in this case, Spiky pretty much cooperated really, really nicely for the most part. That was reasonably simple. So normally after Spiky Tiger, the game becomes a fair bit easier as soon as you collect Undine as your offensive spells for casual play. But, well, the lady does not have any offensive spells whatsoever, so we will need to make do without. Offensive spells, so we just use charge attacks instead. On the whip! Yay! And found 50 gold. So, since this is going to be all bosses, I will be wanting to level up the whip. Do I want to level up the whip? Or the bow? Actually, the bow is better most of the time, with the exception of... Alright. What I will want to do is I want to level up the bow to be at a higher level at some point, but there's a good opportunity to level up weapons a little bit later, so I'm not going to bother doing this for a while. But the bow will be my ranged weapon of choice. The whip I will be using against some other bosses that you don't want to get close to, but yeah. That's that. That's okay. Now we use the whip to get across. The sprite's weapon just kind of flew in from north somewhere. I have no idea how that happens. The sprite only got hit for 6 damage. Interesting. Alrighty, we are through here. Also, trying to kill the fish here is pretty good experience, as in better than the chairs. But it's also fairly dangerous. Okay, here we have this little guy. This little guy, once we deal a total of 300 damage to him, will switch over to his second phase, where he has a total of 777 health. He has a total of 600 health only in the first phase, and if you could find some method of killing or dealing enough damage to basically, let's say, deal the rest of his health in damage before he transforms. Like, bring him down to 350 health from his 600 initially, and then deal 350 damage in one attack. He would instantly die. But unfortunately, we do not have such an opportunity with just one character. You can use overcharge attacks to achieve that in multiple character categories. So here we are just kind of standing at a diagonal to this guy, and he will never do anything. So the way this guy here works is you get closer, he jumps backwards. If you stand further away, he will slowly walk towards you. That's literally all this guy does. The thing is, however, he will never go anywhere if you are just standing up about this distance away. As in, you can literally wait until he comes closer to you by him walking up slowly, and then he just will not do anything. His only attack in this phase is him eating you. Or trying to anyways. But he can only eat you if you stand at a cardinal direction, like straight up, straight left, straight right, straight down from him. I'm just staying diagonal and keep swinging my sword. The interesting thing is, the lady is actually far enough away from the enemy that she will never do a stab. Which is nice. Because stabs are slow, we never want stabs. Also, he can heal himself 3 times, but then after that he's out of the magic. Healing costs 2 MP, and he only has 6 MP total. Maybe 7, I don't know. Could have 7, but that would be pointless. Either way, after we slowly but surely deal a total of 777 damage to him, plus however much he healed, we will win this battle without too much trouble. And now we finally get Undine spells, which is water, and water is healing, remedy, that means remove status effects, and also frost weapons. None of those are particularly good against the next boss, the Fire Gigas. You might think, oh, frost weapons against Fire Gigas would be good. Well, they would be good, however there's an issue with elemental weapons in this game. They actually don't deal elemental damage. They only use their special effect and give you a little bit of a damage boost. But the damage boost is not bad, it's nice to have. But that's not really exactly what you need, is it? So also, I will be... oh yeah, I can use the magic rope. I will be going ahead and level up the spear at the next opportunity once I finally get to upgrade it, because once again I forgot to upgrade the spear, which is a bit less than ideal. I can just take the cannon, that's okay. Hey Ryu, thank you for the host, I appreciate that. I hope you're doing well, sir. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to you. How's it going? Also, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, I think I figured out a date as to when we do the Gothmoth thing, if anyone is interested and curious about that. By the way, the reason why we have House of Wishes is because sometimes we will need to revive characters. In this case, for canon travel. The Gothmoth thing will be next Sunday, that is probably Saturday evening for most people, or I guess midnight for European people. It's my Sunday anyways. Or Yakuko for that matter. Hey Ryu, thank you for the good luck. How are you doing? Apparently the AI is still trying to cast heal. Oh yeah, on the fish dude? It is indeed. And thank you Quadlight, I appreciate those. Command thing is. That is really nice. Gotta sleep but not sleepy, that's difficult. What I can suggest to you is try to just lay in bed, listen to something that is mildly interesting so it's not boring, but not interesting enough to keep your attention for too long, and just focus on your breathing. Maybe that helps you. It kind of helps me sometimes. So, alrighty. You not want to sleep? Nope. What we do want to do is level up our weapon, the spear. To level 2. The question is, where do I do this the best way? The fishes would have been a really good opportunity. Also, there is an instance where I have to use the sprite in order to progress. I'll not open the door without him using freeze on the orb. So, I could try and level up my weapon on those goblins, but that is pretty dangerous, to say the least. I'd rather have the goblins kill off my allies here. Just kind of like that. Yeah, goblins are too dangerous. Let's just move on. I'm going to deal a little bit less damage against the boss in this place, but that's okay. I guess I will instead just use whatever else we have. It's a good idea, but you'd rather play video games. Oh. Yeah, that's fair. That's alright, thank you Godlight, I appreciate that. So, the lady will get hit by the boomerang, but that's alright, not too much damage. Then we switch back to the sword, because this will be our mainstay weapon essentially. So also, after this room here, I will have to revive the sprite. In the next room, the sprite has to be alive, literally, for the cutscene. Otherwise they will say, oh, we should probably take care that our little spritey is not dead right now. That would be a good choice. Otherwise this cutscene doesn't work here. They don't care that the boy is dead, they only care that the sprite would be dead, not dead. So what I'm going to be doing here, first of all, is I'm going to hit this guy, run past him, the sprite will run into him, and then I will cast Remedy on the lady, which removes the ability of him actually hitting me. So here's a bit of a trickiness. If the Fire Giga stays after an attack, I'm going to be in trouble because I cannot recover quick enough from casting a spell on myself. The reason I cast spells on myself is during my casting animation and also the animation of the spell itself, I am mostly invulnerable from anything that he can do to me. So I just keep casting Remedy on myself to hopefully never get hit by his spells. That's the idea. Okay, here's a little bit of a trickiness. I need to wait now, because otherwise I would have casted the spell here too early. Okay, now he stays, that's bad. I need to immediately start casting again, because if he stays again, I will not be in time. I can hit him now once, and then once again, because that allowed me to stay just enough. Okay, now he goes away, that's good. I will use this opportunity to heal or my magic. Even though Remedy only costs 1 MP, and we have 4 more Remedy costs, it's possible that I need to use more than 4 in one swing here, which would pretty much kill me if I had to do that, or alternatively I would need to use a risky backup. The risky backup is if you get hit by a spell animation, and then just before the damage actually hits. Oh, nice crit, lady. If you get hit by a spell, but before the damage hits, there's a very small time window where you can open up the menu and deny basically the spell damage by using an item on yourself. The issue about that is that for the boy, it is reliable that you can always open the menu. For the sprite and the girl, the menu, the window is too small for me to be able to reliably hit it. So he stays again, that's bad. to immediately cast again. Alright, he's gone, that's good. I think 1 or 2 more attacks should do the trick. Will you be using the Iceland Necklace save glitch to get the non-mana magic mana sword for this run? Yes. Because this is not glitchless, I'm going to go ahead and get the mana sword early. So what I will be doing here, he's using a fire breath attack. Based on his animation, I'll be using a barrel, and the barrel actually hits him for some reason. Don't ask me why the barrels deal damage, but barrels deny the fire breath since that's considered to be a physical attack for some reason. More specifically, any attack that is not castable by the player is considered to be basically physical. We have 3 more MP. That should be enough, but MP does not recover after boss fight, so I might as well just heal it here. Boom. Alrighty, there we go. He lost the fireball there, and that was a pretty flawless fire, I guess. Nice. So if you're wondering how the sprite and the boy can kill it, well, the sprite has enough power with his magic that he just straight up kills the Fire Gigas before he runs out of magic if you level up just a little bit. The boy, on the other hand, has to use the same strategy as the lady, but he needs to use that little frame window between the spell hitting and it actually dealing damage in order to use a barrel or something else on himself to deny the damage. Doing this glitchless would be actually rather difficult, to say the least, because you don't have that many barrels. Also, the lady did indeed level up to the next level. We are now level 10, I believe. So we should be fine against the next boss too. Receive the seed's power. Oh, interestingly enough, you don't technically have to seal the seed here in order to progress on. You can just ignore it if you want to. But it actually gives you a little bit of an attack boost and defense boost, and also allows you to level up your spells to 1 level higher than before. We currently only had the mana seed of water, which means we were only able to level up Andini to level 1. Now that we have the mana seed of earth as well, we will be able to level up Andini to level 2. Plus we have Gnome as well now. So that will be helpful, probably. And Boa Transistor, thank you so much for 4 rounds in a row of support. Welcome back. And thank you for being around, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much, Boa Transistor. Hope you're doing well. Let me check real quick. What weapon could we level up here? Boomerang. And axe. Neither is terribly useful. I believe the axe has the same attack power as the spear. Okay, next up we go to Pandora and defeat the wall face, which will be the biggest roadblock of getting through this game as a solo character challenge. Apparently this guy does not like hitting us. Come on, there we go. Not hit this. We can kill our allies off in the different places, that's okay too. Hey, Crow is now hosting you for a bunch of years. Thank you, Crow. How did your Lunarian Shuffle testing go? Thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, if you like Final Fantasy IV, Crow is currently in the process of finalizing his ROM hack, which allows him, which allows you to basically have 5 characters and play through the entire game with just those 5 characters. It's basically a challenge randomizer, which can be quite fascinating and interesting from what I can tell. Okie dokie. Now I start killing random enemies just along the way to level up the spear a bit more. And here's the thing, all enemies around here, they are too low level for giving the lady more than half the weapon experience that she would normally gain. As in, if you are 2 or more levels above an enemy, you only gain half the weapon experience from killing them. And all enemies here are 2 low levels, so it doesn't matter. Let's just kill the enemies that are the quickest to kill in order for us to progress quick. Wait, the Lunarian Shuffle is a different one? Wait. What is the Lunarian Shuffle then? I always thought that was this one. Was I wrong the entire time? I've never really watched your stream, sorry about that. Mostly because I want to avoid spoilers for when I inevitably once will play Final Fantasy IV. So what is it about, if I may ask? And also greetings to you, Apple Tree. How are you doing? And sorry for the late response because, well, I'm not good at reading. Also greetings to you, Ryan's Tiger Spears. How are you doing? So, alrighty, let me explain. Actually, I can explain this during the wall-faced account himself. You may see me walking in weird ways through these areas. The reason for that is I'm basically manipulating enemy spawns that they are not going to be in my way. And so it's easy to just run through. There's not really any value in killing any of the enemies around here. They don't give enough experience for it to be worthwhile, or even get close to another level up just along the way. Plus, they would be... well, they would take a long time to kill. So I'm just going to move on here, not caring too much about them. Also, those tomato guys, Tomato Man, they can cast spells on you, which is pretty ugly. On top of that, they also have the ability to evade pretty much most of your attack, because I think their physical defense is really high. Hey, listen, Beam, how are you doing? Secret Mana indeed. The Lunarian Shuffle randomizes characters, items, shops, and learns spell levels, but in a consistent and reasonably balanced way. Oh wow, that's a more complex randomizer, that's awesome. Do you run this game any peasant or any major category? Yes, well, not now, but generally I kind of do. I play the most run category, 1 player 2 controllers. I did a few runs of 1 player 1 controller, I did a few runs of various other things like that. Energy absorb, I know. So, alrighty. I play basically this game kind of a lot. I have also played this glitchless category. Pretty much everything. Okay, let me explain this boss here real quick. So this is Wallface. The left eye casts healing spells and physical attack spells on me. The right eye casts magical attack spells on me. And the healing spell is always going to land in the middle, 150 health. Considering that there is no reasonable way for us to deal that much damage, to punch through the healing he does, well, we need to find a little bit of a different way of trying to deal with this guy. And that way includes trying to kill off one of the eyes. So, the reason why I don't kill off both of the eyes is because if you do that, he will start a new phase, so to speak, where the wall slowly starts moving down towards the spikes, and those spikes will basically just straight up kill you. Sometimes I can also open up the menu. This is what I mentioned before. Use a barrel and complete ignited damage. So I try to kill off the eye on the left here. The lady does not deal enough damage to punch through the healing, so I need to kill off the left eye reasonably quickly. The right eye will keep casting spells and do that again and again and again. The middle eye, as soon as I kill the eye on the left, will revive the eye on the left. So the revival of the eye on the left is a little bit awkward. Okay, managed to do this, now I need to heal. The reason for this being a bit awkward is because, well, then it's going to heal again, isn't it? But reviving costs 10 MP. He only has a total of 99 MP, so he can revive a maximum of 9 times. The eye on the right now gets twice as many attacks because the eye on the left is dead. So normally it just kind of alternates between left eye, middle eye, right eye when it takes actions. But since the eye on the right is now dead, well, it just kind of only ever goes ahead and uses the right eye's actions. So all of the right eye spells cost 2 MP. The right eye also has 99 MP total, so that means it will cast a total of 49 spells before it runs out of magic. And unfortunately there's not really any good method for me to survive that too well, while also damaging the middle portion, while also trying to run out the middle portion out of magic. And also, if you could technically, let's say, run the left side out of magic instead, but that has a different issue entirely, in that it still will cast physical spells, even if it's out of magic eventually. Also, here you can see the reason why I should actually avoid attacking. If I'm attacking, while I'm attacking, I can actually not open up the menu, so I cannot deny the damage I take, so it can become a bit dangerous after some time. I believe that was the second revival. There is 7 more revivals left that the middle eye can cast. And also, I'm currently not damaging the middle portion on top of that, on top of it being rather dangerous, because it also... Your water, that's okay. Because the left eye on the left, after it gets revived, it only needs to cast just exactly 1 healing spell. And, well, all the damage I've done is already gone. The boy is actually strong enough, and thanks to him having a reliable way of cancelling out the damage from via using items, which is using barrels like this menu here. This is not reliable to open it as the lady. Or the sprite for that matter. Because he can do that, he can constantly deny the damage he takes from the eye on the right, and also with a sword swing he deals enough damage to damage both the middle and the left portion. For the lady it's just a lot simpler and safer to only attack the left side all the time. I believe that was the 4th revival, so it has not that many revivals left. I'm going to go ahead and use... Oh, never mind. I was about to say, I'm going to go ahead and use one more spell to deny the whatever is casting at me. Do you know if people run Phantasy Star 4 on Twitch? Takarian could answer you that question. I forgot who was, but yes, at least one person runs Phantasy Star 4, but I'm not sure he runs it, let's say right now, so to speak. If you go to speedrun.com and search for Phantasy Star 4, you will probably find some people that have been running the game, and you will be able to look up their Twitch channel and be able to follow them if you're looking for that apple tree. You're staying tonight, drinking scotch and happy to catch a run right now. Nice. Enjoy the scotch and enjoy the show, Ryan's Tiger Spears. Sounds great. So I'm just going to cast Remedy here. Okay, I believe that's the 5th revival. So we hit the eye on the left again. By the way, ironically, the wall face is the first boss who has evasion rating, which means 40% of my attacks will just straight up fail to connect with him. And we heal here again. Okay, let me read this up real quick. The Lunarian Shuffler randomizes characters, items, shops, and learn spell levels, but in a consistent, reasonably balanced way. So when Kain leaves but later rejoins, he might be replaced with Rosa, and he'll be Rosa every time, not randomly flipping her throughout the game. I see. Anyway, I'm trying to organize a race celebrating its launch tomorrow at 3 EDT, but I'm worried about the short time I've given myself for organizing it. Right. Do you already have contacted people like Elbakas and people like that? I don't really know anything about that, plus tomorrow I will be busy, so I'm not sure I will be able to assist much. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you know Final Fantasy IV and would like to participate in the race, feel free to, well, do so, really. Maybe 1 week notice would be easier for that scroll. People have a bit more time to prepare and also get ready, so to speak. We can't find the call scheme for the blue rabbits. There are no blue rabbits, to my knowledge. Unless there are blue rabbits in Legend of Mana. Oh, by the way, this was, I think, the 7th revival, and only revived 2 more times. On top of that, if I'm not mistaken, the right eye should be soon running out of magic too. Uh-oh. I need to heal with a candy here. I could have risked healing differently, but that would have been not reliable to open up the menu like that. You wouldn't be surprised if there were blue rabbits in Legend of Mana. Yeah, I guess so. I just wouldn't know about them. Maybe you're making it up. You're pretty tired. I mean, you can come up with a color scheme yourself now in this case. So the one thing that has blue on it is the King Rump, or the King Rabbit. In Seiken Densetsu 3, the white ones, they have blue shades in them. Alrighty, the right eye is out of magic, so we can now start safely damaging the middle portion without having to worry too much. We can attack once, and then we should be able to, just in time, hit a charge attack, and then we hit a regular attack again, then charge attack again. So yeah, you do not want to kill both eyes, otherwise, as soon as you reach the bottom of the arena, you would instantly die. If the wall basically squishes you to the spikes. So this is pretty much the longest boss battle for a lady solo challenge character thingy. And as mentioned before, this is not terrible hitboxes or the eye is just not open yet, or already closed. It's literally just a random chance of 40% for me to miss my attacks. And there's nothing you can do about that, aside from leveling up to, I don't know how much levels, because your agility increases, you have more of a chance to hit. But it's never going to be significant enough to be increased enough, so to speak. Through levels anyways. In the end game, I think I'm going to reduce the chance to miss to about 25% or so. We have a Moobot here. We have a Moobot here. Moobot, unfortunately, you can't feed items to. Would be more fun. It's kind of the Rabbit bot and the Moobot feeding each other items. Ah, okay, this one was closed already. So that's why it didn't deal damage. The wall also has, I think, 850 HP. No, that was the... It has 950 HP. The 850 was on the fire gears. So this might take just a little while. I could cast Elemental Sabers on my weapons, but because, once again, there is no actual element on the saber, just a slight damage boost, it wouldn't really do too much for us. Okay, that clearly doesn't work. I really tried to get 2 charge attacks in a row, but that's too slow. Some rabbits in Legend of Mana are light purplish color, really? I was not aware of those. I should play Legend of Mana again. Plus, we have a 12-hour challenge for Legend of Mana coming up at some point anyways. Don't think I have time for the next one. Or when is the next 12-hour challenge? The main issue right now is getting the ability to play Legend of Mana rather than anything else, since I don't have access to a PlayStation and stuff. Next weekend or the weekend after? I see. It's next week. Oh, then I should not do the Gothmog thing then, or Gakugo. Now that I think about it. So yeah, if I somehow would magically gain access to a PlayStation, I would do a 12-hour challenge of Legend of Mana next week then. But well, that's unlikely. Okay, we finally managed to defeat the wall face, the most, well, the longest of the bosses. Might actually be literally the widest of the bosses. I never actually thought about that. Either way, finally we can actually move on. Also, there is a reward waiting for us in the King's Castle or in Pandora Castle that we can now go and get. This is something that if you played Secret of Mana once, you may very easily just forget about that reward because you can't just move on without it. But there is a sword and a spear orb that we can get now in the King's Castle, which will actually allow us to very easily deal a fair bit more damage thanks to being able to level up the spear to level 3, but also it just has way more base damage now. You did it, Dan! Dan didn't do anything. It was all Marley who did everything. So, the chests over here in the bottom left contain the spear and the sword orb. I don't even really care much about the sword orb. Hi, greetings, Mediasec. Is this my first playthrough? No, by no means. I'm, let's say, a pretty seasoned speedrunner of Secret of Mana. How are you doing? Yeah, no, this is definitely not my first playthrough. This is a solo character challenge where we try to do everything, or as much as possible anyways, with just the lady as our main character, and that's all really there is to it. We save here because we just defeated the wall face, and the Kilroy coming up is not going to be terribly dangerous, all things considered, but should not be underestimated. But with an upgraded spear, the Kilroy will be significantly easier to deal with, all things. Boom. Alright, he should be dead. He's not dead. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mushroom. Just hitting the mushroom again to start leveling up the weapon. You're doing beautiful. Hey, that's nice. Haven't played this game since you were young. Well, maybe it's time to revisit it once in a while. You have the opportunity to do so. So I really like this game. And, well, I took the opportunity to replay this game quite a bit, as you might be able to tell. We're leveling up the sphere now to level 2, just kind of along the way, while we are going over to Jabberwocky. Not Jabberwocky, that's nice. Walking over to the Kilroy. So Kilroy does not even have any specific elemental weaknesses or anything like that. So our best method, since we don't have any offensive spells anyways, is just hitting him until he dies. That's all there is to it. Oh, there we go. And yes, 1 player 2 controller is still mine. And I don't think anyone else has gotten a sub 1 hour 50 minute time in 1 player 2 controller. Unfortunately. I would love for someone to actually just take my records and have a good reason to play this game again. Okie dokie. Kilroy is going to go down. I'm not even going to bother saving. We leveled up or upgraded our spear and sword to level 3. Still going to be using the spear for the most part, since it is just... well, it has higher base damage. Just to make sure that I actually have the correct spear equipped. Ah, we do not. This new spear is, well, red. I unequipped the spear and equipped it again, because sometimes WOTS does not update your weapon when you upgrade it. I see, that's fair. If you have Wii or Wii U, it is, or even on the Switch, it should be on Virtual Console available now. If you'd like to play it there. Oh, alrighty. Auxiliary power. So, the spear is very nice because, as you can see, I'm standing really far away from the Kilroy, don't I? And also uses Lunar Boost, that's actually awesome. So, I'm standing very far away, but I still hit him. The spear has just enough reach for us to be able to hit him without him being able to attack us back. However, it might look like I'm missing him, but in reality that is once again the chance to miss, which is about 40% currently. It's just literally a random number. It's not terrible hitboxes, nothing like that. It's literally just 40% of the time I'm not going to hit. Although this seems like less than 40% that I'm missing in, honestly. Okay, he switches to a unicycle as soon as he is below half HP. And if we miss too often, it's going to be actually kind of ugly to try and hit him here. So the reason why Lunar Boost was nice when he casted that on himself is even though he would deal more damage if he hits us, he also literally does not have any evasion left. So he would not be able to evade my attacks. And we would always hit. Hey, thank you buddy, I really appreciate that. The reason why I didn't hit there is because he was casting a spell and he has invulnerability during the casting, so I attacked slightly too early. But now all of the hits are going to connect, as long as I'm not too far away. There we go, and he is defeated. Let's try... no, too late. Boom. You're thinking of getting Everdrive, you've got an SNES, but just lacking the games. An Everdrive is probably a really good investment if you just care about playing on original hardware rather than only the game. I do think an Everdrive is definitely a good investment. I should get one too sometime. Or an SD2 SNES, I think people say is better. I believe Everdrive has problems with playing some of the games? Question mark? I'm not entirely sure about that though. So, alrighty, next up. One of the toughest bosses for a solo character challenge, in a sense. He is not as difficult or as drawn out as... how to put it? He's not as difficult or drawn out as Wallface. However, the issue with the upcoming boss called Jabberwocky is that he uses spells without an announcement. Or it just suddenly a spell is there and you get hit by it. So there's no way for me to react to it. Outside of him using his physical spells. So what I will need to do is find a way around him using his physical or spells. And the only method I've found so far is basically getting lucky enough that I get the small window where I can open the menu and deny the spell damage, if he does it, or just kill him before he kills me. That's actually my original plan before I knew about that little frame window where I can open the menu. Your baby ROMs didn't come out like the babies, they just like look like a regular old pile of ROMs. I mean, that might be cute too. Just make sure to make the ears way too large. And also the eyes a bit larger than usual. Maybe them drooling a little bit. What other things do baby animals? Gnawing on some random things, just kind of huddling in a pile. I love that you're trying this, Chaz, that's awesome. Hey Cosmic Forge, how are you doing? You found out that your Fireball Misery 6 was a cloud because the Mad Gods patch makes it one? Anyway, it was a glitch. Oh, interesting. Your Fireball was a cloud. Oh, very curious. So I just killed off my allies here because I want to have a reasonably quick way of attempting Jabberwocky again and again and again, so I'm going over here and save real quick. Most of them are sleeping, so the eyes don't look big. I see. That's really cute. Oh, one oversized tooth. Yeah, actually, that's true. I think you need to make the tooth way too large as well, because they're going to still grow into it, right? So, alrighty. Oopsie. If we're spaced out. So, by the way, this is one of my favorite weapons, because whenever I hit enemy, I have like 90% chance of inflicting balloon on the enemies, if they are vulnerable to it, that is. Like flying enemies can't get hit by balloon, and also specific other enemies are just straight up immune to it. But those guys here, this is the easiest way to just kind of kill them really quickly, because they don't do anything on one hand, plus you can chain damage on enemies that you cannot normally chain damage on top of it. So it's really awesome. Sounds awesome, Jazz. By the way, Cosmic Forge, I played a little bit further on my solo character thingy, and I tried to kill... Oh, hang on, let's get Jabberwocky first. So, if I stand in the correct spot, I will not get hit by the lady. So for some reason, the lady is the only character of mine that, if I stand in the exact right spot, the heads will never actually physically hit me, and I can just keep wailing on Jabberwocky. And the lady just doesn't get hit. I think I might be standing in the correct position, not sure. Yes, alright, this is the correct position. So if he casts Acid Rain while I'm swinging, I'm dead. Straight up. Because Acid Rain is normally supposed to hit all 3 characters in your party, and so thus the damage is split between 3 characters. But because this is only 1 character, it will deal about 250 damage to me. So, well, that's that. So I try to kill his, I think, 900 HP as quick as possible. Okay, he actually casts the Poison Cloud there, which is a physical attack that I can react to. Because it first hits the boy, then the lady, and then the sprite. By the way, the boy cannot stand here, because he is on a different frame rule, and he will get hit by the hits. And the sprite cannot stay in here, because he's on the same flame rule as the lady, but... I completely forgot about something, hang on. I can use Candy Barrel. The sprite's hitbox is different, that's why. So what I'm doing here is I'm actually using a technique where I extend the barrel's attack animation to basically oscillate between attacking and not attacking, and that counts as many attacks at the same time. Like I get about 6 or 7 physical attacks in a very short time frame. But that was a super nice Jabberwocky. Although I completely forgot about Candy Barrel's existence. It's just not something you normally use. So, once again, when you equip the barrel, for some reason the barrels attack stuff around it in a very weird way, more specifically. On top of that, if you use a healing item just before, you basically are in a very weird state in the barrel where it constantly attacks. That's just kind of... it works. I'm not sure why. Also, talking to Gemma here gives me an additional Whip Orb, which I definitely will want to have. And now it's time to backtrack all the way over to... Gaia's Navel to pick up the Mitch Mallet. All of a sudden, everyone is alive. Yes, if you defeat the boss, you get healed to full on your HP. Your magic points do not return, but your health gets filled up. So either way, if you're still around Cosmic Forge, let me know, because I can tell you some more interesting things. Oh, don't do that about that. Rabbites are exactly 1 experience, so you're not going to level up from 1 Rabbite, thankfully. Right. Just going to take the cannon travel. Where is it? Okay. Could you kill Wallface faster than the left eye heals using the Candy Barrel? Yes, you could. But the Candy Barrel on Wallface has the same problem as it has on Tropic Hollow. It just doesn't reach the boss with its attack hitbox. Because the attack hitbox of the barrel is super strange. If you're facing up or down, the attack hitbox is in the middle of your character, a really tiny square. If you are facing left and right, the attack hitbox is a rectangle below your feet of the size of, let's say, the spear sprite. Are the other characters' settings on the grid the most passive setting? Yes, they are. They are there by default, so I never need to change it. So we now go back to Gaia's Navel and grab a Mitch Mallet, which will allow us to cast spells a lot quicker if you're Pygmid. And especially a lot quicker in a solo character challenge, because you can open the menu a lot faster since you don't have the... it skips the entire animation that you normally have after casting a spell. Also, I do no longer have any use for 2 stacks of barrels on the lady here, so I will probably get rid of one of them sometime, so we clean out our inventory a little bit. Also, I completely forgot. I just used up all but 2 fairy walnuts, didn't I? Yes, I did. Whoopsie. But it's the first item slot, so it's fine. I can just buy 2 more fairy walnuts. I'm used to being able to replenish my fairy walnuts by using a multiple of 2. Just using 2 and stuff like that. But it's actually not quite possible with the lady because she needs an amount of 4 to replenish the items. Okay, here we go. We go ahead and get the Mitch Mallet. If you have the Lua script, Crow, for checking the hitbox or the hitbox viewer Lua script, it will become pretty apparent as to the barrel hitbox being so super strange that it's not really usable against Tropic Hollow or Wolfface. It clearly doesn't work against Wolfface, but Tropic Hollow might have almost worked, but not really, it's just out of reach. If you could use Candy Barrel on Tropic Hollow, that would be fantastic, but yeah. I actually tested it by walking through the walls. It's technically possible to use Candy Barrel on Tropic Hollow, as in you can stack damage. But unfortunately, can't really stack damage. You're too far away. So next up is Springbeak. I leveled up my bow, since the bow is basically my weapon or ranged weapon of choice. So how the bow and the javelin work as ranged projectiles is as soon as they hit an enemy, they stick there, they don't move on. The boomerang is slightly different from that, it keeps moving on. And that is actually a slight issue, in that the boomerang can hit the defensive hitboxes of the Springbeak way more easily than the bow or the javelin. So I either want to use the bow or javelin. It just happens that the bow most of the time has a way higher damage output than the javelin. So I use mostly the javelin and the bow for range damage purposes. Little Moogle ran in my way, no. That's okay. Oh, alrighty, now I need to have my 2 allies get defeated. Come on, get warmed already, Spritey. Wow, they don't get hit, that's actually unusual. There's basically no risk of them actually killing the enemies around here anymore, because those enemies deal have too much HP compared to how much damage they deal, most of the time anyways. So, alrighty. Boom, good. Thank you, little guy here. So those guys also, by the way, have boss level evasion, which means 40% of the time I just don't hit them, but no! Riot gas, and I'm unconscious. That's not nice. It just spawned the chest where I wanted to attack. The attack is the same button as to open the chest, so it's a little bit awkward. So those pebblers, by the way, are kind of mini bosses. They have boss level evasion. On top of that, they are kind of dangerous. That could have killed me. Alrighty. And, well, they are overall quite a bit of a pain to deal with most of the time, unless you have spells. They are vulnerable to wind spells. Also, Springbeak's magical beak can forge your boomerang. Oh yeah, that was weird. I still should try to figure out how to do that reliably or so. So I believe there's a claw and an axe orb. I don't care about either. I'm mostly using a spear anyways if I use anything else. Save the game, yes please. Oh! I shouldn't forget to buy more fairy walnuts here. Pretty sure it should fill up the stack on the right. Right, just checking my inventory real quick. This should be 4 again. This one. Alright, it is 4 again. Good. And I might just use up the barrels at some point. Let's save again after I bought the fairy walnuts. I might forget otherwise. So, and now we go ahead and try to defeat Springbeak. So Springbeak is not a terribly difficult boss, but if I make a mistake, I'm quickly dead. So Springbeak always basically announces when he's about to cast a spell. Sometimes you can even tell which spell it is, if it's Lightning Bolt or Thunderbolt. It's called Thunderbolt. And so it allows me to deal with him fairly easily by just negating the spell damage that he can do. By using my own spells. Level 13. I kind of hoped I would be close to next level up, and that was pretty much perfect. Nice. You have saved my people from the nasty punk hedgehogs. Thank you. No problem, Xcoats. Moogle people are awesome. So, alrighty. I used the bow for mentioned reasons, plus the bow, by the way, does not care about height differences, because the Springbeak here loves to just jump around. Melee weapons cannot normally hit him. Also, his beak acts like a shield, and if you hit his beak with your attack will deal basically no damage whatsoever. So the bow is overall just a way better choice, since I don't think it ignores the beak, but most of the time it just doesn't hit it. So as long as I keep denying his spell casts, we are fine here. Once again, his spells are supposed to hit all characters, so that means since I only have one character, I would instantly die to about 300 damage from a Thunderbolt level 4 or so. Also, by the way, if you try to hit him with physical weapons, you need to know that physical weapons have twice the reach in boss battles. Also, Remedy, convenient enough, also immediately heals any status effects that are thrown onto me. Like Balloon or Silence. Only the lady can actually remove Silence on Balloon on herself. Actually, Balloon mostly, because on Balloon you lose control of your character. Springbeak also has only 750 HP, so it's relatively easy to deal with actually. Actually kind of dangerous if I attack him again after hitting once and he goes into his recovery animation, because most of the time he will immediately cast another spell right after. And if I'm not really precise with my attacks, he will get off the spell while I'm attacking. Yeah, he's casting. And, well, I will just really die to that. Good night. By the way, do not go behind the tree up top, otherwise you softlock the game after defeating the Springbeak. This is as far as in the game you can be with solo boy, like solo without the other characters in your party. That is accurate. Yes, what Crow says. He actually has devised a very special little challenge route where you try to defeat Springbeak with just a boy, literally just a boy. Not the other guy that's dead, literally just a boy. Pretty fascinating that it even works. You kind of skip over the Earth Temple and just straight up go to Gaia's Novel instead. So the reason why I picked up the 2 whip orbs is the next boss. The next boss is pretty tough to deal with if you try to use relatively short range weapons on him. So if you try to use the sword or the spear, it's very easy that he will just run you over and hit you. Or if you get hit by this Great Viper, he can potentially combo you to death just straight up. With a combination of spells and physical attacks that just never let you recover as a solo active challenge. So using a whip as a long-range weapon is a pretty good solution. But the reason why the whip rather than anything else is because, well, still need the sprite actually, now I think about it. The reason why the whip rather than anything else is because for some reason the Great Viper cannot get hit by projectiles. I don't know why. You just can straight up not hit him with projectiles, it doesn't work. Okay, thank you. Is that Flammy that I keep seeing flying across the screen? I think those are different types of dragons, honestly. I don't know, there's never an explanation as to what those are. But it's definitely not Flammy, because Flammy cannot fly yet. From all we know anyways. He is too young. Other Boy and Sprite both have boomerangs. I used an unequipping glitch, so to speak. So I unequipped their weapon, and if they have the weapon unequipped, another character can equip that boomerang now as well. Or that weapon for that matter. The way you do this is just kind of like the equipment trashing glitch, but you stand in a bit of a different location. And that unequips your weapon. Okay, let's go ahead and buy new equipment, because the enemies here are kind of tough to deal with. And new equipment is definitely a welcome addition here. We not take as much damage. Actually, in fact, this cuts down the damage we take by a significant margin. We have 7 more defense, and we also have 5 more defense, so that's a total of 12 damage less we take per each attack from the enemies. Almost the equivalent, I believe, for spells. Alrighty, sounds good, Jazz. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm curious what that's about. Oh my god, that's amazing. Holy smokes. Is it okay if I put that in the bottom left of the screen, Chaz? Do I want the Javelin Orb? No, I don't care about the Javelin. Javelin Orb is in the King Truffle's platform, basically. Candy to heal. That's super adorable. Oh my god. A pile of little crumbs. Oh, hang on. What are you doing? Discord, please. Don't be awkward. Hey, Kuro Kitten, how are you doing? And hey, Muppleton, how are you doing? Go for it? Nice, thank you, Jess. That's awesome. I will do so at the next cutscene during the boss. Okay. The whip is going to be pretty much my weapon of choice here, by the way, because, as mentioned, you don't want to get close to the Grey Viper. On top of that, the whip is actually not much weaker than the spear. In fact, actually, it might have the same attack. 36 attack, 40. Alright, it has 4 less attack, base attack, which, if you add a bit of variance to it, it makes a bit of a difference, but it's so much safer to use the whip rather than anything else. More silence on me cast. Silence is annoying because the owls love to just kind of chase down the character that is silenced. Oh! Crow, are you still around? I actually figured out something recently that I didn't even document yet. So we need the sprite's spellcast here to open up the passage. And we also want the sprite to be back in the land of slumber. Interesting. Although the pebbles even attack if you are always close to them. You're here? Alrighty. Here's the thing, Crow. Remember when I said that sometimes you can skip the getting healed animation after the Metal Mantis skip? So it turns out you skip the healing animation if you're running. Okay, Missile, I need to deny that. Okay, that was lucky. If you are running, you deny the getting healed animation. I think he is casting Jet Missile. But I don't have no real way. Yeah, he was casting. Of doing much against it. So if you're running, you cancel out that getting healed animation, and you can do that manually. So just run right after doing the Metal Mantis skip. When you switch screens before the lady gets the getting healed animation in the first screen, so if she's close enough, it will actually save you a bit of time. I'm not sure this is useful anywhere else, or whether we can actually skip the getting healed animation after, let's say, using a candy on someone, and just run at the opportune time. Or whether it only works after a screen transition or so. When you get the Cups of Vicious HP, yes. When you're running, you still get the HP, but the animation of that entire get HP is cancelled out. I actually tested that with my recent all bosses runs, and it works like a charm, really. You just start running in the next screen, and you skip the getting healed animation. For a while I did not know why that was, but that's just how it is. You need to run. Basically, it doesn't even matter which direction you run, you just need to run. It's faster to get the getting healed animation skip than it is to get healed and run in the correct direction. Because you can immediately start running again afterwards, since it's an unusual interruption. Come on. Oh god. Sometimes the Great Viper feels like he's much faster, but he always moves in the same pattern. There we go, we got him. Nice. Didn't even get hit. I'm not sure whether we actually get any... Oh, sword orb. Right, we do get a sword orb here. Which actually makes the sword slightly stronger than the spear, but not for long. The spear is still more useful because of its ballooning effect. Also, I didn't quite manage to put the thing on screen, but I will do it so in a second, guys. You really need to see that picture of those baby romps. Lemmy is awesome. Oh boy. A very fortuitous non-orm must Targandal. Thank you. Thank you so much, Profness. I really appreciate that. Welcome back for 9 rounds in a row. That is really, really awesome. Thank you so much, Profness. Oh, and I'm glad you enjoy your stay. How are you doing? How's it going? Don't go Kokara first. That's a mistake. No, I didn't save. Well, I should go to Ice Counter first, because then I get actually offensive spells that I can use against... I've also got to split that I could use against the Mech Rider instead. Thank you so much, Profness. Hope you're doing well. Need to save this. Oh boy, Ravindle, thank you! Ravindle, welcome back for 2 rounds in a row. Thank you for subscribing with Twitch Prime. That's really awesome of you, thank you so much. Welcome back. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay. Be sure to clock the Great Viper. Yeah, I forgot to do that, so I just skipped the split now. Otherwise it's going to be inaccurate the next time. On the one hand, finished a pretty solid boss BGM for 8-bit Hero Trainer. On the other, realized I already using pretty much the whole 16k on the card, so I wouldn't fit. Oh no! Oh, can you link the BGM anyways? I would be curious about that, Profness. So here's another instance of where we have to move with the boy because, well, the lady is not in the party. So happy this is on the SNES Classic? True, that's on the SNES Classic too. I actually forgot about that. I'm not sure I will get one. I assume they will be sold out before I even get the opportunity to, and I'm not going to buy an overpriced one. Plus I have this game on console anyways. I have it actually 4 times total. Interesting enough, I have 2 European PAL German versions for some reason. I have a Japanese version, like Nenzetsu 2, and I do have also the English NTSC version that I tend to run. You have consoles to play all of those? Me? Yes, well, I mean, I do. Because I have actually 2 PAL SNES, which I have not used in 15 years or so. And NTSC SNES from the US can play both the Japanese version and also the regular American version. So yes, I do. So I'm going to use a barrel here for the lady to protect her from getting run over. And then we start knocking him, preferably out. But this guy here, he will only dash across the screen whenever you are on his vertical alignment. So what I'm doing here is I make him dash across the screen. And I try to not make him use the missiles, because those can hit me up to 3 times. That's a lot of damage. Oh, don't kill me now. Uh-oh. Ooh. That was actually kind of scary. So there's one specific spot that I can actually get him to be stuck in. If I stand, let's try this here. If I stand about here, no, that doesn't work. So I don't know exactly where it is, but if I stand in a very specific position, he will try to go... He bumps into this cactus here, then goes up instead. So let's be a little bit lower this time. No, it didn't work. It's a very specific position. I have not managed to do that a whole lot. Ow. In fact, I've only managed to do that once by accident. Just with me kind of thinking, I can get the ancient cave enemy stuck like that. I wonder whether I can get this guy stuck as well. For SNES, just hook them all up and play them at once. I mean, I only have one NTSC SNES though, but that would quite work. Okay, let's just go and try and kill him like this. This should be fine. Hopefully anyways. So the issue about hitting him multiple times is whenever I'm not aligned and he tries to hit me, while he already has the speed buff, he can use those rockets, and those rockets can be really bad for me. If he runs out of magic to cast speed up, I'm going to be in a much better position. Oh god. Oh god. Oh my god. He almost killed me there. Wow. This guy is kind of dangerous. It's 12 hours off when I normally watch, and you're still just hitting the desert when you tune in. I guess so. Good timing, Crofness. Wow, I love that. That's an amazing emote, Crow. I love it. Nice. That's fantastic. By the way, the ghosts once again absorb the projectiles. It's really nice of them. Oh, he's out of magic. He can no longer cast speed up, it seems. Yeah, he's out of magic, so he will never use the rockets anymore because he doesn't have a buff. He only uses the rockets when he has a buff. Which is really convenient for me. Okay, there we go. Let's be quick here. There's the thing. There we go. Here, add picture. Rumpile. There. I love it. So I'm going to move it into the bottom left corner. The lady will need to take a short break But ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to see baby romps, or baby rabbits I guess, there they are. That's created them for us. It's amazing, I love it. Looks so awesome. Okay, we get some new equipment pieces here for the lady. And that's that for now. Let's go. So I'm going to try and put it into place right after this. There we go. Rump. Oh, let's clock a little bit out of the way. It fits so in so perfectly too. Nice. So, anyone who is lurking and just listening, I highly recommend you just take a quick look at the bottom left of the screen, because there's a little rump pile with baby rumps. Amazing. All the NPCs are now rabbits. Wait, what? Wait. Hang on. I think you'll like the silly change I made for Secret of Mana Ancient Cave version 0.82. Hey, that sounds awesome. Hey, by the way, Wobble, would you like to link that for people who don't know what that is? I forgot to equip stuff, that's actually silly. Would you like to link that? So ladies and gentlemen, if you like Secret of Mana, but you feel like you have seen the main game, there's currently Moppleton creating a Secret of Mana Ancient Cave hack, as it is called. It's basically making Secret of Mana into a roguelite, and randomizes floors, randomizes which bosses you're fighting, randomizes what you're getting on which floor. It's actually pretty awesome as an entire thing, so thank you, Moppleton. Really neat. And apparently there was a new version out that I should be trying out soon. Thank you, Moppleton, for telling me that. I also will want to try and level up just a little bit here. The lady. Especially also level up the spear. So those wolves, I always loved fighting them as a kid, because I always had the sprite spear here, which ballooned them, and it was easy to take them out. But, well... nowadays they are just kind of difficult to get past, because they have such a crazy attack radius and range. Okay, we have managed to level up. You watched some nests yesterday, it was neat. Nice. Localite. It's an important one. Interesting. There was a group racing them last night? Nice. So, by the way, in Santa's house, if you have not picked up the spear, or in Pandora Castle, you will find 2 spear orbs in Santa's house. If you've ever wondered why there are 2 spear orbs in there, it's to catch you up basically to the correct amount of orbs they are supposed to have at this point. Okay, we're leaving the turtle alive. Level 3. Oh wait, level 3 is maximum. I don't need to fight anything more. Can't go higher than level 3 right now, because that's level 3 sword, spear. Okay, now next boss is Boreal Face. The way we defeat Boreal Face is we try to hit him with as many strong attacks as possible. In fact, I will also just use a weapon enchant to increase my damage ever so slightly. And how this guy works is basically his only attack is pumpkin bombs. Also, his shell damages you when you are close to him, and he emerges or submerges, so you don't want to be close to him. Plus, the pumpkin bombs, they actually land in the trees, like, well, literally. And they never hit you if you stand next to the trees like this. So you can avoid taking damage from him really easily. Thought you said Oreo face? Also, I agree. Music in the Ice Country, well, obviously not boss music here, but in the Ice Country in general, it's really nice. It's Boreal face. I mean, Chaz, you can add Oreo face to the hit food box, although it would need to be one word, I believe. Would like to do that? You heard Warrior face. Nice cosmetic. Wow, Mario! Wow. By the way, the first two sections of the level 3 attack don't actually hit low enough to hit Boreal face when I'm up here, but the third one does. Also, level 3 spear attack is probably my least favorite charge attack. It's just so slow and awkward. I forgot to split. You're going to join your Grump Pilot sleep? Alrighty, Chaz. And dream of Oreo face. Alrighty, Chaz. Rest well. Thank you for creating some more amazing artwork. It is fantastic to have you around. And well, hope you have a good sleep, and hopefully until next time. Take care, Chaz. Thank you so much. So yeah, Oreo face is defeated. By the way, Oreo face also has really high magical defense, so trying to take him out with spells with the sprite is pretty difficult since he has no specific weaknesses. Oh, he only took 9 damage. I think that's rigged. There we go. That's what we want. By the way, fun fact. Now that the lady has Frost Spear, it will actually not put enemies into balloon state unless the Frost Spear actually runs out. Also now, we finally have an offensive magic with the lady. So we just cast Fire Bouquet over and over again until we level up our spells quite a bit. So by the way, fun fact, those wolves are not actually vulnerable to fire. The LA Funks are. So basically I'm practicing spells, Salamander spells to be specific, since Salamander spells will for quite a long time now be significantly more powerful than any physical attacks I can do until I get physical attacks buffs. So I will want to basically just rely on Salamander. Even if it's not the effective element, it will still be basically better. So I want to level up at the same time I'm also as in level up the spells at the same time I am leveling up the lady's base level as well, since if she gets just a few more levels, she will actually have one more point in magic that she will be able to use. Obviously it costs a ton of magic, so we have to constantly replenish it, but it's going to be well worth the effort of investing into Fire Bouquet. Fire Bouquet also reduces enemies' attack power, so it can also be used for that, although I've never done that before, honestly. Just always use it for different purposes. So, here, the Blaze Wall actually makes enemies be engulfed in flames, so it's also a reasonably effective crowd control method. And we can take them out just like that. Already out of magic again. Here, just using Blaze Wall on both. An individual Fire Bouquets. You can level up Salamander up to level 3 by this point. And killing enemies that are weak to fire, like those shells, are just perfect traits for our attacks. If I were to pick me the lady, we could cast spells a lot quicker, but we would also be significantly more vulnerable to physical attacks. That's kind of unhealthy, so we don't want to necessarily do that. Those guys are also vulnerable to fire, but they have so much HP that I'm not sure it's worthwhile to try and kill them. Also, I'm running out of magic here. Yeah, they have too much HP. I don't think it's worth killing the blobs in general. Okay, let's leave that one just alone. And I also need to align myself for more equipment trashing, since we now are lacking, or if we don't equipment trash now to replenish our Fairy Walnut count, we will have less than enough. This is 3, 7, 3, 4. Oh, why? It just trashed 2. I'm not sure we're standing in the correct position. The thingies are pretty far away, from apart in the item menu. The 2 Fairy Walnut slots. 0 and 0. Hey, that actually worked. So first of all, we target the LA Funk, since he loves to cast spells too. Don't really have that. Oh, that didn't kill it. So that was a low damage roll of the attack there. Less than ideal. There's a claw orb on the right hand side in this area, by the way. In case you want to get claws. This isn't the YOLO percent run? Not quite, no. How's the greens to you, Tekito? How are you doing? The thing's name isn't La Funk, it's LA Funk. I guess. Sounds like this making a joke about smoke in LA. I mean, possible, really, right? So, alrighty, here we have those guys. How much damage do we deal? With one Fire Bouquet. So that's 52 to 82. I attack 3 times. Fire Bouquet level 1, this will bring them close to the threshold. Now we have Fire Bouquet level 2. So they should have now just under 3000 HP. I'm going to use Pygmy here to be able to chain my spells together. And I should be able to chain 3 spells together that will kill them before they get a chance to act. Oh, didn't kill them. No. Ah, that's exactly what I wanted to avoid. I needed to cast one more spell. Oh boy, whatever. More spell practice, I guess. Wrong thingy. I don't want to do that. Oh. This should be enough to cast 4, I think. Let's just cast 4 to make sure he's dead. Then I get replenished my MP. Okay, 4 is enough. Let's see how much 1 does. $308. I was somehow stuck there for a second. So 3 are enough to kill them. So 2 more on this guy and we're through. From what I can tell, the Secret of Mana translation... Oh no, I boosted it up down to 2 again by accident. And this one, this time is the wrong pile of thingies. Whoops. Secret of Mana script is more straightforward in the English version than it is in the German version. The German version people have taken a lot of liberties, like a lot. And I dare to say in a good way, although some people like to make fun of it. Does Yaga have a save state? I have save files. Do you mean that? As in, I don't use save states during speedruns or just generally runs if I can avoid it. I only ever use save states, generally speaking, for practice and similar kind of things. So we have 2 spells left over. I don't use save states here at all, they're just not necessary. If we die, we just reload. Obey me, turn back, act. Blah, use the wrong thing. You love the music of this game? It's really good, I agree. Fire Bouquet level 3, which I believe is the max level right now. Was it 4? Hey, he actually immediately disappeared. That is really convenient for me, because I would not have been able to kill him. Plus, I know it's now 440 HP with 2 attacks. I need 4 more attacks to kill him, actually. 4 more attacks should actually be enough to defeat this guy. Do I have 5? I only have 4 anyways. So now I need to wait on his attack just a little bit. Okay, he's dead. In case it was a different spell that would have actually damaged me, I wanted to deny it. It was not a different spell, so it was fine. For Muffled News, we've had one of these. Wait, where? I'm sorry, I'm completely missing out on the conversation because I'm mostly focusing on the game. So... not enough MP left. Now she has 15 MP. It's actually a good number, although we will actually do a tiny little bit of a grinding session, probably up to 18 MP, before we go into the next section. The whip is fine. Push just hit pie everywhere. Beat down. That's not nice. That's okay though. Speed runner going too fast. Need to speed down. Slow down. Good. But that's okay. I also need to buy new cups of wishes. And now we go, back to Kokara as soon as we revive our allies, I guess. Not Matango, that's the wrong place. Oh man, that takes me a while now. Go to Matango by accident, that's actually a pretty big detour. By the way, you have to go to Matango if you go to the Ice Country first. Because you can't directly fly to Kokara, since the Sunship cutscene can only be initiated from Matango for some reason. He will just tell you, I don't have enough gunpowder to blow you all the way over to the desert. Even though the distance is pretty much the exact same. To be fair, what's possible is that the wind is not something we account for. So vicious. Oddly enough, something you can run out of. Also, I have to say, I keep looking at the rump pile, as in the baby rabbit pile, and I'm loving it. So cute. Most of them are asleep and just kind of, the one awake is just kind of, what is going on? What do you want? Let me sleep. It's so amazing. This time we go to Kokara. Also, by the way, as I said, I should have gone to the Ice Country first, then I would have had Salamander spells already for Mech Rider, which makes him significantly easier. Oh, I didn't, so that was a mistake. Okay, no. Oh, I don't need to buy stuff anymore. I was just kind of keeping in mind, I need to buy stuff in Kokara. No, I already bought those things now. So, what I want to do here is grind a little bit with my bow. So I upgrade the bow. I also upgrade the whip for later use. I'm actually not sure I'm going to use the whip. And also the spear. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to have a little bit of a grinding session before we go and take on the Minoros. Minoros, it has reasonably high magic defense. He is weak to wind, but our only offensive spell school we have is fire. He takes neutral damage from fire, and it's still a lot more damage than we could do with physical weapons. However, this is pretty much a really good opportunity for me to level up my weapons to higher charge levels. So I will be just kind of taking this opportunity to level up in here, since there are enemies that are higher level than me, so I get full weapon experience. But on top of that, the enemies also are very conveniently enough with very, very low HP. So they give a good chunk of experience, both also for the actual level, for the regular level. And I'm just going to use Stone Saber here. Stone Saber gives me, I believe, 3 attacks that can petrify enemies, and when you petrify enemies, their HP is reduced by half. So it's not just for show, the Stone Saber, it actually has a really strong effect where petrified enemies lose a lot of HP really quickly. For some reason, this is actually one of the downsides where the lady's tendency to hit twice with the weapon she attacks with, as in one regular, one really weak attack, is bad, since it uses up the spell charges for the fire at the weapon a bit too quickly. So we need to revive the sprite here. One shop keeps switch item pallets. I don't know. He may have. But this is what we need here. The sparkles in the trees not being there. Interesting. Oh, I forgot. I shouldn't have killed off the sprite yet. Because I still need him to activate this switch, and then also another switch later. But now the sprite can die. Now it's okay. Here. Well, this is also my place where I'm going to be grinding a little bit. Petrified and dead. Because there's always two enemies available right away with one attack. And if I charge up my weapon, I believe to level 1 with the sword, it will deal just enough damage to usually kill them. And with just one sword attack charge and then a regular attack. Downside is if he just casting a spell, but this is pretty quick overall. So I'm going to level up the sword to level 4, I believe, is my current max level. Then we go ahead and level up the boomer, the bow, excuse me, to level 3 or so. 3 is probably a good weapon level. Level 3 sword, nice. Level 3 sword is almost enough, but I would like to have level 4. BG animations are used, interesting. I wonder, Muppleton, can you check whether Vampire and Great Viper also use those flags? And also, can you check additionally, if possible, that would be lovely, whether if you disable that, can you actually hit them with projectile weapons? Like the boomerang, or the bow, or the spear. Well, the javelin, excuse me. Yes, Muppleton is awesome, by the way, guys. Definitely follow him. He also does other stuff. Well, definitely awesome. I should probably check whether I can even level up the... I'm pretty sure I can level up the sword to level 4. It's more about whether it processes stuff properly. I suspect that is in the boss stuff. It's just... I remember those two areas being relatively special, that their overall or their regular effects are still in action during those times. So next up we level up the partisan. We level 4. Mars level 22. So those enemies just give a good chunk of experience. It's really awesome to level up that quickly. It's basically just a hunch based on how I experienced the game, rather than knowing anything really. But that's kind of how I play the game most of the time anyways. Or most of the games, I just kind of have an idea of how it works or doesn't, and based on that I can take some ideas and just see, ooh, that worked, or didn't. Pro found one battle in Final Fantasy IV that was used hard in hardcore and checked every time the battle started. Just to extra for the file script. Interesting. Okay, now we go for the bow, and for the bow we definitely want to use gnome weapons. Let's cast Defender to level up gnome a little bit quicker, because once we have the next level of gnome, it will allow us to get an additional weapon charge. We also almost have 18 MP. We're making good progress towards it. Rooftop. Interesting. I wonder whether if you were to activate it for the mech rider on the rooftop, whether that is actually literally already the castle is crumbling and getting destroyed scene, rather than anything else. What are you doing? Why is that guy flipping back and forth the entire time? Rest well, Quadlight. I hope you recover really well. Take care. Thank you so much. Oh, they are confused. He's facing the wrong way. Confused enemies behave so weirdly. Also those guys. That's so strange. Nice crit. He going to... yeah, he constantly switches back and forth. That is so weird. Why is he doing that? Watch. Magic faded. No. I think with a charge attack of the bow level 1, I should be able to take out one of them in one shot with a Stone Saber. Yes, indeed. Although that was a crit. Nice. That was another crit. Using the ghost once again as meat shields, in a sense. I'm not even sure our saber is worth it. I guess it will be once it's leveled up, but before that it's questionable. Also low damage roll. Oh, and apparently the bow can still use its original thing. And this guy is flipping out again. So you cannot balloon enemies if you have an elemental saber going. In fact, I'm pretty sure it literally doesn't do anything, as in neither the elemental saber enchant nor the balloon if you use it like that. This is so strange. So I guess level 4 boomerang, level 3 bow is going to be sufficient, really. I don't think we need to go any higher than that. Because otherwise we're going to be here for way too long. He ran away because he was confused. We have 18 MP now. That's awesome. Marla's level 24 and also Gnome leveled up one more level. Oh. Oh, I need to do the equipment trashing right now. Too bad we already messed up the other one. Not. This might be enough because it's... Wait, no, it's not. Too far. This should be fine. Boom. Boom. Alrighty, bow level 2. Oh yeah, of course. That's why I wanted to replenish my magic. So this will grant me, I think, 4 attacks before the Stone Saber runs out. Level 2 should kill him, or not. Well, it would have killed him if it petrified him, but it didn't petrify him. Ow. That guy is going to flip back and forth again. So strange. Also, I think we actually are now higher level than the Chopping Hoods, which is why they the weapon levels up significantly slower. Maybe I pushed it a bit too much by also leveling up the sword. I definitely want to level up the bow, but I guess the sword was not really necessary. Beyond level 3 anyways. It has it turned on, right. What if you turn... Oreo face. I love that we now call him Oreo face. What if you turn on the bit on the Oreo face map? And then try to hit him with ranged weapons. I wonder whether that still works. A great game. Parallel votes. I have tried one Link to the Past ROM hack, and I was not impressed, to be honest. I think they put a lot of work into it, but it's just not really done well in my opinion. It kind of breaks a lot of basic rules in terms of game design that I just don't agree with, that you should do like that. I'm just curious, Muppleton. If you have the time and motivation to do so, it would be nice. Okay. Bow is level 3. I wonder how close we are to a level up. We should be pretty close to a level up, but all in all it shouldn't matter in theory. Go back to the whip. And move on, let's go. Might be reasonable to go unsaved before we approach Minoros, but it should be fine. Minoros can really combo you to death, but for that he needs to be in physical range. I will just try to not be in physical range. By the way, you have to press the switch here, even though you can technically just straight up skip it. Otherwise the switch in the room with the orb does not work. Fun fact. He seems functionally normal. Let's see. This is another instance where I need the sprite. I will pick me the lady so I can cast spells quicker. So as mentioned before, using spells against the upcoming boss is significantly easy-ish. Than, well, not using spells really. Why do you not hit me? I think it's because he is on the high ground. That's not fair. Alrighty, let's just go. It's fine. So, having the sprite, getting slam dunked, and now the lady starts using spells. So the lady, thanks to having leveled up a fair bit now, will also be able to not only cast more spells, because she has more MP, but on top of that, will also deal a good chunk more damage, since she has more wisdom by gaining level ups too. And the wisdom is her magical power stat. Sometimes we still get low damage rolls, like an 8 or so. Most of the time we should be fine, however. So what I'm doing here is I'm delaying my spell cast just a little bit, because I want to avoid the damage from the Earth Slide. If I just cast all my spells in one roll, he would hit me with Earth Slide at the end of it, and there's not much I can do about it. So as you can see, 219 damage, we are already halfway there. He became more right now. And since he's not casting a spell, I'm just unleashing my entire MP on him. Way more damage than I could deal with physical attacks with the lady here. Another 55. We should be able to do this before we run out of one of the stacks of fairy walnuts. To be fair, it doesn't really matter if I run out of one stack, since in a sense the 2 fairy walnuts at the end are more or less just backup. So he will get hit twice again. Oh, he's dead. Never mind. Nice. But this is significantly easier than, well, not leveling up in this place. Which is also why I think it's definitely a good decision to level up just a little bit in order to deal more damage to the Minoras. Will persist. I see, interesting. That makes sense, Profness, at least from all I understand anyways. Okie dokie, now we get into what I call the mid-game of the game. I guess we have been in the mid-game since a while, never mind. Replenishing our fairy walnuts, lots. And also cups of wishes here. I'm also going to basically equipment trash those 2 items back up to 8. And we go back over to Matango. So, until we get Lumina as a spell, we will not be able to deal any other type of spell damage other than fire. And some enemies are just resilient against fire, and we will need to take care of them differently. But a lot of enemies upcoming are not terribly strong against spells, so we can just take them out reasonably easily with spell casting. In the sparkly trees, Bo won't touch him. Wait, does Bo naturally not touch? No, here's a thing, Moppleton. Normally, Boreal Face can be hit with ranged weapons, to my knowledge. But so with Sparkle Trees, if it cannot touch him, that would be a change, which is interesting. Maybe an instance of that? I think so, yeah. That's what I'm saying, Moppleton. If it's active, I expect ranged weapons to not work. If it's not active, I expect ranged weapons to work, in a sense. Not exactly the scientific methods the way I expected to, but fine. Also, by the way, we completely skipped inputting the password there, even though we got the password anyways. Bonk, thank you. Also, I'm just going to make this easy for myself if I had a barrel left. I do have a barrel left, but I don't need to do that, it's okay. So we also have now enough magic to be able to level up Salamander 1 more level. So casting spells on random enemies to get past them is actually even helping a little bit in terms of working towards that level 4 magic. So that's nice. I remember you had, was it Tuntfall on the Mana Fortress, and was basically a soft lock? It was a soft lock, yes. I think it was Tuntfall, yes. I'm not sure what exactly didn't work, but it didn't work for some reason. Hey Battle Raven, how are you doing? The roots are sprites, because those are also enemies. Which is unusual for bosses to have multiple entities of enemies. You're doing amaze balls, hey, nice. Glad to hear that. I'm doing quite well, thank you. Yes, I think it was Tadpole / Biting Lizard. As I said, I don't remember what was the issue with them. It didn't properly work. Isn't what ended up soft locking us. So we get better equipment here. Also, back then, already in Secret of Mana, they knew the less your lady has on, with the tiger bikini here, the stronger the defense is, of course. Handball might be exceptional, changing into another enemy mid-fight. Well, yes, he is exceptional, definitely. Because only... he runs additional scripts, like... he even changes the music, usually. Handball does, when you changes into a different enemy. Also, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you haven't caught on to it recently when we just put it there, I would like to redirect your attention to the amazing little fluffy pile of rabbits at the bottom left of our screen. It's amazing. I just love looking at it. Those are baby romps. Let's go. There is a sword orb. Do I want a sword orb? No. Not on the lady, it's okay. On the boy I want the sword orb. There's also a bow orb, I believe. I'm okay with the current level of bow. By the time bow attacks are becoming relevant, we have buffs anyways. Cerberus, thank you for the host, I appreciate that. Welcome everybody from over there. Raid! Hey Cerberus, how are you doing? Thank you for the raid and host, I appreciate that. How are you doing? How are you guys over there? What were you doing, if I may ask? Flag or no flag, you can't spot him with the sword, but the bow won't hit him. I'm pretty sure you can hit Boreal Face normally, although now you make me unsure as to whether that's actually true. By the way, we upgraded our equipment. Normally in speedruns you don't upgrade your equipment in Southtown, which means you can still get hit by the slimes. But right now I don't need to worry about slimes. Also those guys don't hit me either. Pretty convenient. A bit tired. Alrighty, I hope that's the good kind of tired, where you accomplish something. Cerberus Raid, hey Captain Duck, welcome, how are you doing? Super Metroid Rando, wow. I heard that it is rather difficult overall because you need to know quite a bit about the game. Preparation for the Rando tournament next week. Hey, that's awesome. Good luck with that, Cerberus. So yeah, I guess if some people are interested in Super Metroid Randomizer, Roth is running that. Okay. So we have only 2 spells before we run out of magic. By the way, Fire Bouquet does more damage than Flame Wall or Blaze Wall, even though it costs less MP, so it's just overall always the better choice, unless you want to crowd control the enemies. Oh wow, I did not trash my very moments. This is actually a good position, isn't it? By the way, this wall here has the same concept as the first wall, except that we now have spells that actually deal reasonable damage. I mean, we can just straight up kill him. Boy still needs to slowly kill him, although he has enough damage with physical weapons that he can kill it before it runs out of magic, which is pretty convenient. With Fire Bouquets alone on the lady's power, you actually can take this guy out without too much trouble. Marley is good enough. Although it's interesting that Marley casts fire instead of Lucca. Maybe we should have called her Lucca instead. You have the feeling every boss should have an epilepsy warning? I guess so. Particularly this wall. Yeah, I guess so. Hey Warren, how are you doing? How's it going to you, PK Scratch? How's it going? Good night. Yeah, I mean, there are worse offenders than Seeker of Mana, but the Seeker of Mana is definitely not light on the eye, especially stuff like this. I forgot about it, otherwise I would have mentioned it. Doing alright, surviving on coffee today. I see. Hope it's good coffee. It's alright, it was the 90s. I mean, nowadays it's not alright anymore, really. When they re-released Donkey Kong Country 2 for the Virtual Console, they actually removed the annoying blink when the fish faces the camera with his light, which is pretty awesome in my opinion. JPEG? Wow. Dialogue? Well, I guess he was controlled. So, alrighty. We need to get rid of the sprite and the boy before we can do anything. Want that? Fish. The nice thing is, if they get hit by a status effect attack like Sleep Ring, it will pretty much instantly kill them without them getting knocked to the floor first. Okay, dokie. Now we start spamming this guy here with spells. Also, Salamander just hit level 4. It's very convenient. Freeze will not damage me because I was casting a spell. 123 damage, so we don't need to worry about dealing too much damage, as in 999 or more, and lose damage through it. Although I will have to worry about waiting here a little bit to absorb the spell through me being invulnerable to his spells during the time being. Energy Absorb is the worst thing he can do because he heals himself with. Everything else is fine, pretty much. So same concept here again. Except in this case, what I'm going to be doing is I will remove the... No, I'm just going to do the same thing. I will wait a little bit until his spell gets through. So I can deny it, essentially. And I will also need to remove the pigmate here. What I can do is stand over here. He will try to swing with his claw and not hit me, because I'm currently invulnerable through other means, and then continue hopping over there. If I didn't do this, he would do a high jump and potentially knock me unconscious and then do more damage, which would be rather bad for me. Okay. I need to replenish my magic here. One thing I don't want to see is Confuse Ring or Sleep Ring or whatever it's called, because that's a physical attack, and when you're Pigmit, your physical defense is reduced by 3/4. I think I would survive it, but it would still be a lot of damage that I don't want to take. Okay, he's defeated. Got to split on Doom's Wall again. Hey Silas outside, hope you're doing well. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to you. interesting. Let's celebrate with pizza. Oh, I would love to have a pizza right now. Pizza over here in Japan is crazy expensive, by the way. Like, for a regular pizza, you'd pay about 25 bucks or so. And that is not including delivery. Kind of crazy. On the other hand, McDonald's is about half as pricey as it is in Switzerland. You have cheap sushi if you like sushi, that's nice. Unfortunately, I'm actually not all that much of a fan of fish, or seafood in general. That doesn't really help. That's not that expensive. Okonomiyaki? I have to admit I don't know what it is. It costs that much here? Oh boy. I mean, the pizza I have in Switzerland is about 15 bucks for the one I just kind of asked for. If you want to order it in a restaurant, obviously it's a bit more expensive, but... Track down Fugetsu. When I was there, the best local pizza place we later learned was using contaminated milk during the China milk scare. Oh, whoops. Fun fact, there are two guards here in front of those jail cells. Both of them will initiate a cutscene where you get thrown into the pit. You can just never talk with the other guy. $20 to $25 depending on the chain. Holy smokes, that's a lot of money. So I'm standing over here. This will make the Metal Mantis swing at them at the next opportunity. They are dead, now I can start attacking them. And yes, Captain Duck, that's why I'm streaming at those times. Sorry about that. Unfortunately, I don't really have much of an opportunity to stream during the night as it was my original plan, since it just doesn't work out with the housing situation over here. I would be basically waking up my neighbors and I don't think they would be happy. I wonder whether that boomerang comes back eventually. So that's a projectile that is targeted at me, but targeting doesn't work while basically Metal Mantis is stun locked. I wonder whether that thing will come back eventually and hit me. I mean, he's dead now, but I wonder whether the other ways will come back now. Boom. 1 meter pizza for 10 euros? Holy smokes. 370? Oh god. Wow. I mean, we do have frozen pizza in Switzerland for like $7, and they are pretty good. I like them. But even if they have frozen pizza around here, we don't actually have an oven to make them in, so that's unfortunate. Need them in Europe? Yeah. My laptop time still displays Europe time, so I always know what time it is at home. Frozen pizza for $7 on the butt right? Yeah. Indeed. Switzerland is actually pretty expensive. In a lot of cases it is, although not in all cases. If you go to a McDonald's, you can go to a restaurant in a different country instead. That stuff is really expensive, like a McChicken. You pay... what was it? 650 Swiss francs, that's about $7.50. For just a mech check, nothing else. Over here, I pay for a slightly smaller mech chicken. About $3, I think. 3.5. It tastes slightly different as well, but I actually like it how it tastes around here too. So it's nice. Probably twice the price in Switzerland compared to Germany. Overall, I dare to say that's pretty accurate. Because I know plenty of people, including my grandparents, that just kind of live to the border of Germany, and it is absolutely worthwhile just going across the border. Oh. It's absolutely worthwhile going across the border. Why are you... Wave cannon is crazy strong. Let's try this again. It's actually worthwhile going across the border to buy groceries, just regular groceries, and then come back. Sure, it's a bit more of a time investment than buying them locally, but it's so much cheaper. You just buy for a month or so and you are well off. So I should have now more. Those also he will charge across the screen. Oh, wave cannon again, really? This time I can actually cast a spell back. I guess because I was on his height and then I wasn't anymore. It should be dead in this spell cast here. Boom. Boom. Moogle belt? I can skip the move, but oh, I remember what the splits were for. That was the original challenge. Villa suggested. Okie dokie, and we finally have access to Flammy. We can fly around everywhere, which is really nice because first station is going to be Gold City? Gold City. Where you can buy new equipment that is significantly more powerful than the stuff we had so far. Maybe I buy more than one? I'm not sure. Okay. What benefit do you get from turning Moogle? None. There is no benefit in turn. Oh, I mean, you look cute. I guess that's a benefit. But gameplay-wise, there is no benefit whatsoever compared to Pygmy. Which I'm not even sure the Pygmy effect was actually intended to help you spellcasting. Probably not. You become almost as adorable as a rabbit, I guess that's true. We also talked to that man because after that we can go to Mara and she will give us the key to Gold City Towers. I'm contemplating going into Gold City Tower or the other one first. I think going to defeat Limeslime first and get Shade Magic is better because then we can level up Salamander Magic to level 5, and an upcoming boss will not take much damage from spells anyways. Wait a sec, that doesn't help either way. I just remembered. Actually, I can try something new. I've never tried this. Oh boy. Okay, what I'm going to be doing now is something I literally just came up with. I'm going to go ahead, go to the Temple of Darkness, and I'm going to be farming those knight guys here. After I have him kill my allies here. Eventually anyways. Start swinging! Start swinging already! Thank you. One more? Okay. What I'm going to be doing here is the following. A Pygmy the Lady. And those guys have a rare drop as Gauntlets, which gives you a strength boost, but more importantly, an insane amount of defense. So if you're lucky, by the way, listen to this, if I unpick me myself and then open the box immediately, while still technically being pygmied, or at least look-wise. Sounds like a flammy drum. Magical armor, not what I'm looking for. Gotta do a lot of magic train. The thing is, upcoming is a boss called Gorgon Bull. Gorgon Bull is not weak to any element I have access to, and he is crazy strong. Like, his magic defense is so high that I cannot penetrate it with even level 5 Salamander. It just doesn't work. So I will have to use physical attacks on him. But I wonder whether the Gauntlet here would actually help me out with this. Worst case scenario, I level up the lady high enough that she will be able to gain a ton of HP and also more survivability against him. Because those also give decent experience, all things considered. And yes, I guess you can use the Moogle Belt as a reverse Moogleification, which is actually kind of neat. Also, if you combine the Moogle Belt with a Midge Mallet, you have mini Moogles. You can become a mini Moogle. Flammy Drum. Hello, Zero. Oh no, he fell off. Oh, he got stuck in the lid. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I believe you have a 1 in 8 chance to get a Shadow Zero instead of a regular trap, if you don't manage to disarm the trap. Speaking of disarming the trap, I can actually disarm traps and guarantee that I'm not going to get a trap. The thing is, I can't level up a fire beyond level 4 right now, unfortunately. Because we are lacking more mana seeds, and the only mana seed I can access right now is in the Dark Temple. As soon as I do that, the enemies here are going to be gone. I need to kill them beforehand. You're getting too tired to make sense of yourself. Oh. So, fun fact, if you have high enough agility, you avoid traps in chests entirely. However, the lady's agility does not grow as quickly as the boy's, and thus she does probably not avoid the traps in those chests yet, until she is quite a bit higher level. However, what we can do probably is just use Analyzer on the chests, and that will guarantee disarm the trap. If the chest blinks red after you use Analyzer on the chest, it basically means the trap is disabled. I'm not sure why they chose to have the chest blink red rather than anything else, because that seems like a bit counterintuitive. Because blinking red I kind of interpreted, oh, it's still trapped, so that didn't work or something like that. Also, we have a 1 in 8 chance for him to drop a chest every time. Which, by the way, in the technically fastest 1-player 2 controller any percent round with multi-tap, you have to rely on a 1 in 16 chest drop in order for you to be able to progress past a certain point, and that's basically just almost at the end of the game. So having to try and farm for one specific chest is super irritating, and it's also the main reason why we decided to separate multi-tap and no multi-tap categories in Secret of Mana with multiple controllers. I do believe I currently have the record in that one as well with multi-tap. Interesting. It's quite possible that the chest sound sample and the Flammy Drum individual hit sample are in fact the same sample, just played at different rates / pitches with different envelopes. That's actually an interesting one, I like it. Well, the nice thing about this here is, if I need to replenish my fairy walnuts, I can just stand here on the left hand side of the screen, destroy an item. By the way, I forgot to equip stuff. Whoopsie! Destroy an item. And it will give me my fairy walnut replenished. I wonder whether the lady's quick enough. She is quick enough even through the wall. I wonder whether I can also at the same time train up a weapon by training in a physical hit at the end of the thingy here. And yes, Profness, his Fantasia is pretty fascinating with how it has a fully voiced song on a Super Nintendo cartridge. And it doesn't even sound half bad. In fact, it actually sounds pretty good. Especially for a Super Nintendo. Star Ocean is a bit worse in that I think they just compressed the entire sound thing in one piece. Also, yes, I can level up my weapon apparently. So the sound is not nearly as useful. Come on, I would like to have some more chests, please. We have one Shadow Zero, that was fun. I guess the chance for getting the rare drop from those guys is not terribly great either way, is it? I guess one benefit of the Moogle Belt is it can do the same as the Midge Mallet, in that it can deny spell damage from bosses if you just use it as the spell hits you. Although there's not much of a point of doing that if you also have the Midge Mallet. I guess it's just for style points. Come on, give me something useful, please. That would be lovely. Just something, really. Anything. To be fair, he already gave me an actual armor, but that's not quite what I'm looking for. And I will definitely use Analyzer now to disarm the trap. Level 30. Let's see, how much more do I need to get a multiple of... Right, probably one more level. And then I'm out of here. If I get one more level, I will have 24 magic points, which should allow me to cast Fire Bouquet 6 times before I need to replenish my magic. Come on. Also learning hardware stuff with Provness in chat right now, in case anyone is interested. It's actually pretty neat to read. Zing. Few more spell casts and then I'm out of magic. That's the last one. Now I need to replenish my thingies again. I didn't realize that Flame Saber only costs 2 MP. That's interesting. Whoa! Good luck on thing! Thank you, PJ! Hey, welcome everybody. Thank you for the host, PJ. Welcome. We are currently playing through Seeker of Mana. 1 player, 1 controller, 1 character. So this is a solo character challenge for a lady, and we are currently trying to get some levels and also hopefully a chest that contains the gauntlets on this one enemy here. That's the idea. It's a rare drop, so it's kind of unlikely that we are going to get it, but hey, you can hope. So yeah, welcome everybody. We are playing Seeker of Mana, an action RPG. And how are you doing, PJ? Thank you for the host. What were you doing? Were you playing some more Brainlord? Also, wasn't it Mecha Richter who had the Brainlord SDA submission thing? Skill up. Level 2. And also, I think we leveled up the lady as well. Yes, already. But we still don't have 24 MP. So once we reach 24 MP with the lady here, I'm going to move on. Thing is happening. Luck is welcome. Luck is indeed welcome. Also, I'm kicking those guys because It actually adds a little bit of physical damage at the end. And I'm leveling up my weapon at the same time. Even though basically it's a spell that kills him, really. Let's see. Dragon Dark is Spring Lord Runner, but today I was trying to get Saga Frontier. Oh, I missed that. That's unfortunate. Alrighty, we got another chest. So chests have a 50% chance to being trapped. Okay, that didn't work. So we need to actually level up Analyzer. One level before we can disarm the traps, I think. So unless you have high enough agility to avoid the trap entirely, you need to use Analyzer to disarm the trap. But you also need to have high enough a level of Analyzer to disarm the trap. I don't know what is necessary for a level of Analyzer to disarm the trap, but, well, let's see. This is a relatively high level enemy for being in this part of the game. He also has a really crazy rare item drop. Okay, their Analyzer just leveled up to level 2. Still not disarmed. So we will likely have to level this up all the way to the next level, which means 25 spell casts total. We already have about 15 now. Mini has yes, that's the reason. Mini has fewer frames of animation when casting spells, which is why I'm currently a mini person, or pygmy as it's called in the game, which allows me to cast spells much quicker. Especially notable is that normally when you're casting a spell, the animation after the spell is being cast is completely cancelled out, as in it does not exist. Yeah, let's see whether level 2 Analyzer is disarming the trap. Come on. No? The chest needs to blink red when the trap is disarmed. So now it is 15 more spell casts from here. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I guess that was 15. Let's see, 2 more MP left. There we go, now it's disarmed. If it blinks red, it is disarmed. So, let's open it. And we get a magical armor out of it. Not really what I'm looking for. Really not what I'm looking for, actually. Replenish my magic, and also now we have Analyzer high enough level, so I only will need to cast 1 next time. And yes, you can disarm the trap with Analyzer. It's a bit of an obscure mechanic. Most people don't know about it, which is interesting. It's just magic levels you need to have high enough for you to disarm the traps, but it's easier to have high enough magic levels than it is having high enough agility to avoid the trap. If you want to make sure that, let's say you are level, I think 50 with the boy in the Mana Fortress, you should avoid most of the traps except for the Terminators and Master Ninjas, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe Wolflords too, I'm not sure. So it actually is relevant to is opening the chest to avoid the trap, because if you do not dodge the trap, it is always going to be a 50% chance that the chest is indeed trapped. Does Mitch's affect this farming? Well, it affects it in a way that I can cast my Fire Bouquet spell quicker. Do I still have enough? Or no, I need to replenish my fairy 1 second. So what I'm doing here is I stand to the left side of this wall, and then I equip an equipment item, and then throw it away, in that order. And that gives me now, once again, 0 fairy walnuts, which means I have a total of 8 uses of the fairy walnuts. It's really convenient. So here, Pigmeat again, can't cast spells quick again. And once again, I'm hitting him at the end of the spell cast with a physical attack to level up the whip just kind of along the way. I don't even know whether I need the whip to be leveled up, but hey, might as well. Don't have anything else to do in the meantime. Yes, I mean there is absolutely no reason to level up. That's not entirely true, but there's basically no reason to level up Sylph Magic outside of getting cuter balloons, I guess. Because Sylph Saber just doesn't do anything for you. As in Wind Saber, since in Seeker of Mana, for anyone who has just joined us, Seeker of Mana, if you are casting an Elemental Saber on your weapon, it does not actually give you the element of the weapon at all. So, Shep should be disarmed reliably. Magical armor. Alrighty, that is the common drop, that is the expected result. Penetrate magic, let's continue this. I was about to say something. Oh yeah, in Seeker of Mana, weapon elemental buffs don't actually affect the element at all. Like, Stone Saber still does neutral damage, Wind Saber still does neutral damage, etc. The only thing it does is give you a special benefit to it. But there is absolutely no special benefit to Wind Saber. So there's no reason to ever use Wind Saber. I mean, what it does, what all weapon spells do, is slightly increase the base damage of your weapon by a small amount. But it's not usually significant enough for it to be worthwhile to just cast or just have a saber spell for that. But might as well have it, I guess. If you have a higher level spell with a saber attached to it anyways, like Lumina for example. So we need to step on the switch over here, and then you would normally need to go all the way back around. The clever way is to use the magic rope, the speedrunner way is to use a barrel. And whoop, we just jump to the right. You're supposed to jump to the left with those magic rope poles, but you can't just jump to the left. The other way around. You're supposed to jump to the left, but I can just jump to the right with a barrel. So, alrighty, and upcoming is a boss. This boss is actually weak to fire, although he has a good chunk of HP and also magic resist, so taking him out will just still take a while. Plus the base damage of the lady's fire spells is not all that strong. So we will need to cast a few more spells than we would need to cast with the sprite for it to reach max damage, which by the way max damage is 999. So this guy, I actually need to be a little bit careful about him casting his or using his physical attack on me whenever I'm Pigmeat. So I'm unpigmeating myself to regain my physical defense. Otherwise those bubbles, those would actually hurt a lot. You really don't want to get by those bubbles when you're Pigmeat. But thankfully, while I'm casting a spell, I'm completely invulnerable. So while recovering HP, I'm unpigmeating myself just to avoid those bubbles entirely, since my armor is good enough to not take any damage anyways. Let's just cast all... wait, 8 spells? How much is 2040 divided by 3? I don't know. That's a lot. Okay, that's too much. So basically I lost damage. You saw 999 there. That means I actually lost a bit of damage because that is the cap and it will cut off anything that is above it. So it's 8. For some reason I thought it was 6 initially. That's okay. Did I get the gauntlet I was looking for? No, I did not. But I did end up getting 24 MP at level 25 or so. So that's okay as well. So the enemy is not dead unfortunately, so that means I will have to replenish my fairy walnuts by standing on a specific place on the screen, equipping an item, and then throwing it away, which now means I should have 0 fairy walnuts again. Unfortunately, I messed up my second stack of fairy walnuts, so I have to do this twice as often as I otherwise would need to. Also, this guy should have about 3 spell casts worth of HP left. I didn't keep count because I don't even know this game's entire HP, but I think this should do the trick. Nope, it didn't. One more? Let's just cast 3 more. Because usually I'm off quite a bit if I'm off. Boom. There we go. Casting in sets of 4 is more than adequate. I think casting in sets of 4 is definitely fine. Although you would like to increase the set amount. So here is Shade, which is the first instance of magic that only the sprite gains, but the lady cannot use shade spells at all, which is interesting. Is on layer 1 and 2. I mean, I could technically test that. I am currently on emulator because the Super Nintendo is in use for playing Final Fantasy VI instead. Well, not right now, but in general. So there's that. Next up, we go to defeat Blue Spike. Yes, indeed. So, I have slight hopes that me leveling up... Where am I? Wrong place. That's where I am. I have slight hopes that me leveling up Salamander to level 5 will allow me to actually damage Gorgon Ball. Because I leveled up a fair bit higher than I did in previous run attempts. So let's see how that's going to turn out. 7, that's fine. What solo are we doing? We are currently playing Lady, or Girl solo so to speak. So the sprite and boy are still at level 1. Going to you, Nissan, how are you doing? Glitchless? No, this is with glitches. People voted for Girl solo, just regular solo challenge. Alright, I went there to save, and I will save once again after the next boss, because the upcoming bosses are pretty brutal. Okay, can I... What's this one? Is that an axe? That's a spear or... Oh, okay. I wasn't aware that I would get more spear orbs right now here. That's okay though. I don't need spear to be too high level. But I definitely will want to go and upgrade the spear right now before I do anything else. Hello. Where's the rip wheel? Well, I mean... the rip on the channel. I still need the whip. Don't think so. You're doing fine, making some Mega Man Maker level. Ah, nice, good luck with that. Although I'm pretty confident that we can kill Blue Spike without any risk whatsoever. The Gorgon Ball is going to be the big challenge, really. Gorgon Ball is kind of ridiculous to try and do a solo character challenge with. Unless you are the Sprite, then you can just straight up kill him instead. Also, I need to swap out my weapon to update my spear, otherwise it will not update it after upgrading it. So, now, alrighty, Blue Spike here is interesting in that he usually cannot deal any damage to me whatsoever when he's eating me. And it still puts the lady into the badly hurt animation. Which means, while she's getting up, she actually gets to hit the Blue Spike with the get up animation. And the get up animation is a level 4 charge attack because I leveled up the spear to level 4. And this is an extremely efficient way to try and kill Blue Spike because his magic defense is really crazy. As in, it's really high. Unfortunately, it also requires him to be not on one of his podiums and just come down eventually. But, well, not much I can do about that, I just hit. Wait. I didn't catch. Have you yet? No, actually, Propness. I actually planned on doing Yagagoth next week, but it turns out I forgot about the 12-hour challenge thing, so that's going to be next week instead. So Yagagoth will likely be on the weekend after in this case. For anyone who does not know about that weird thing. So what the Yagagoth thing is about, basically we recently had a little event from the Rip Runners on my Twitch team, where we played our various games the Rip Runner people have as their games. And I played Seeker of Mana. I tried to complete the game, one player, one controller, all bosses run, within the given time limit. And the people tried to stop us through spinning the wheel with donations. And, well, I did not end up managing to complete that challenge, so I will have to face my punishment, in a sense. But it should be hopefully lighthearted and fun for everybody involved. And I'm going to do a goth. I'm not sure you can say cosplay, but just kind of attire setup, something like that. And I hope we can get this done as good as it gets. We already bought a few things to hopefully do justice to that. It's not supposed to ridicule them, by the way, or anything like that. It's just supposed to be fun. So, eat. No, Blue Spiky, please, come on. Blue Spiky, please, come on, come over here. He's not dangerous, he doesn't deal much damage, especially not with the armor you can literally buy outside this tower. Well, if you have enough money. Casually, often you don't have enough money. But hey. Take care, Propness, rest well and have a good sleep. And until later. Come on, Spiky. You need to eat, or try to anyways. You're going to go hungry at this rate. Speaking of hungry, I'm kind of hungry actually. There we go, that's what we want. So this is the fake death animation he has at I think 25% of his health. It's not half, but it's probably 25%. And he just continues living after. That just kind of confused me as a quit, as in I didn't fall for it, I was just kind of, why is he doing that? Is that actually doing any damage to me? No, it's not. It just kind of takes you out, I guess. Or it's like a cat who has more than one life, I guess. You have the feeling that attacking normally would be faster. No, actually it would not be. And here's the reason. You see 123 damage? This is my charge attack. And it takes me about 15 seconds to get my charge attack in there. For him to not just jump around the entire time and instead just stay here, I kind of want him to eat me anyways. As in, no matter what I'm doing or how I'm attacking him, I want him to eat me anyways, so he stays in place. I guess spells would be an exception, but that doesn't count. So, if I unleash my charge attack every time it would be there and then just charge it up again, he would actually get about 3 or 4 opportunities to eat me in between. And on top of that little podium, I cannot hit him anyways, so it doesn't really make much of a difference. Alrighty, they are defeated once again. Let's get outside. And well, now we have the nightmare in front of us. Gorgon Bull. As I said, I'm higher level than usual. Let's see whether we can deal any damage whatsoever with magical attacks to him. I doubt it, so what will likely happen is that I will have to run him out of magic in order to have enough time to charge up my attack so I can actually hurt him. So because Gorgon Bull casts Earth Slide on all characters involved, but only one character is alive for me, which means that one character takes more than 3 times as much damage from an Earth Slide attack. Which means it will deal about 500 or 600 damage to her. There's no way we are going to survive an Earth Slide attack unless we deny the damage. So let's see. We can level up Salamandro to level 5, so that might end up doing a bit of damage. He has high enough magic resistance that I don't think we are going to be able to damage him. He's not strong against fire. He's weak against... He's actually strong against earth, to be specific. 6 damage. I cast it 6 times. So, does not look like we have much of a choice here. Am I a minute? Yes. This allows me to cast spells quicker. Also, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to direct your attention real quick to the bottom left of the screen of the stream, because Chaz actually literally during this stream created a new art piece for Sigurd of Mana, and those are little baby rabbits, just in a cute little rump pile. Just sleeping and being awesome. So let's see. 1 damage per cast, yes. By the way, I actually calculated once a theoretical way of trying to defeat the Mana Beast with anything we know and have available. Try and only use spells to defeat the Mana Beast. Okay, let's see. Those last 2 spells are going to be level 5. If it still doesn't deal any more damage, well, we can just kind of forget about it. Actually, it dealt damage! It actually dealt damage! Oh my god, we might be able to kill him instead of running out of magic. Not much, but it's way more than we otherwise could do. Did I scroll the screen? I think I scrolled the screen. I should not have scrolled the screen. So, alright, this should still be fine. Weapon trashing item here should allow me to regain my magic. Okay, he gets hit twice. Alright, we can actually deal damage here. So, I need to not have him cast a spell right now. Okay, we are fine. The scary portion... Oh, we need to wait a little bit. We could cast Earth Slide here, I need to wait a little bit. it does, I need to deny the Earthlight damage with my own spell cast. By being basically invulnerable during the spell cast. How precise does your position need to be for the refill glitch? Not terribly precise, as in you have a fair bit of leeway. The game checks about 12 addresses until it finds a fitting address that it can manipulate. Is it 12? It might be 12. Either way, it looks for quite a few addresses until it decides that it's not going to check any more addresses. So it's really not that precise that you need to stand on. It's just that this left wall here is the perfect alignment without me having to actually look for the align. So I don't want to scroll the screen left or right. Up and down is fine. And by the way, this still takes a while here, but it's still significantly faster than trying to run him out of magic. He has 99 MP, and he can cast Earthlight a total of 33 times, or he casts Defender by chance, which only costs 2 MP. Which, well... yeah. 3 Defenders equals 2 Earthlights. So it would take a really long time. But with just high enough level that we actually deal damage to him, this is significantly better, all things considered. Doing this here. Using this. Replenishing my MP, my Fairy Walnuts once again. Back to Pygmy mode. He casts more spells. Oh, wrong thing. This is getting weird. Just as a reminder, please keep it, let's say, as a rule of thumb, family friendly. Not exactly, but that's the idea. I know it's in good fun, so don't worry. I wonder whether leveling up just a little bit more would have helped me here. Also, in this case, since I can actually deal magic damage, I probably should have gotten the Claw Orb. Oh, don't kill me, please. No! Oh, man! Should have gotten the Claw Orb. Or the Javelin Orb would work too. Which one is the... so Javelin, Claw, what else is the thing? And I already level up the Claw enough. Let me check something real quick. So there is the Claw weapon, they call it the Chakra Fist or something like that. That allows us to gain 1 more wisdom on the lady, which basically equals 1 more level up. Nope, we don't have enough Claw Orbs. Actually, there is a Claw Orb in the Temple of Darkness, more specifically a few actually. Let me go and get those. There's also a Claw Orb in the Ice Temple. So whichever one I find first, I'm going to go in. Basically, this detour here gives me 1 more wisdom on the lady if I use the chakram thing. I don't remember what it's called. How do the unlimited nuts glitch work? Specifically what I'm doing is I'm throwing away a equipment piece. You can't use the magic rope here, really? That's awkward. You can't use an equipment piece. You delete an equipment piece. You delete an equipment piece, and if you stand in the correct position, if you have multiple, well, no, if you have exactly 4 fairy walnuts, or 4 of an item, it will reduce the number by 4 and to 0, so it underflows the value after you use 1 more item. Where are we here? Northwest? Turtle Island. I think it's northwest from here. Actually, it's just east from here. I'm starting to learn the world map, finally. You would think that speedrunning this game I would have learned it, but nope. Hey, alright, welcome back. How are you doing? So this will give us the Chakra Hand, it's called, I see. And I'm also going to go ahead and level up just a little further with... What is a good weapon to do that with? The spear is by far the strongest spear, but it's actually a super awkward weapon to level up. Because it puts enemies to sleep. I wonder if the magic attacks work on those guys. I don't know whether zombies, wolves, those guys over here, have any special elemental resistance or weakness for that matter. Considering that you first find them in a fire type area, I wonder whether they are strong against it. Level 33. You know, that's exactly what I was looking for. I wanted to gain 1 more level on the lady. And we might just deal a bit more damage here. Oh, hang on. That was still not particularly clever because, well, I need to level up Salamander to level 5. So I might as well do this right now instead of doing this during the boss fight. That will potentially result in an additional level up. Let's see how much damage that does. 181, so 2 of those should probably kill 1 of them. Which is good. I wonder whether those guys are also dying to it. Hopefully. Very well not. Take care, Kane. Thank you for dropping by and rest well. Good night. Doing alright, trying to get this coffee inside of you. Well then, good luck with that. Hope it's a good coffee. I don't know whether those guys are particularly susceptible. Oh wow, that's a lot of damage. To fire or anything like that. I've never even tried to use spells on those guys. Wow, they actually die in 1 hit. That's actually probably a better grinding spot for levels than grinding on those wolves. Think about it. Oh. Don't hit me please now. During this... Oh, yeah, there it is. No, don't do it. That's so mean. While, okay, Blaze Wall. Crowd controls them. While I'm in the healing animation, it actually is pretty likely that I will get combo to death afterwards, especially as a pigment character. Even though its recovery is quicker, but my defense is just that much lower. Optimal grinding spot get? Maybe not optimal, but it should be pretty decent. Magical skill up. Oh, Salamander reaches level 5. Let's actually see real quick. This guy spawned in not slot 1. here. Okay, that is slot 1. Here. That is slot 3. That should be slot 1. That be slot 3. Oh, of course, I hit the eye now. The eye also dies in one hit. But this is actually a pretty decent grinding spot, all things considered. Never considered that before. Okie dokie. Need to replenish my amount of fairy walnuts. This might work. Could be a bit close to the edge of it. It worked. So yeah, it is pretty lenient overall. Also, at this point, I already killed so many more enemies, maybe it is more reasonable for me to just go straight up ahead and get one more level. This will all help us get rid of Gorgon Bull quicker. Wonder whether this is going to be good enough if I just AoE them afterwards. Nope. Maybe a second one. Okay, one dead. Too dangerous for me to try physical him down. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to wait real quick. Then I'm going up now. So the eye should be in enemy slot 1 now. That means I'm always going to be targeting the eye first of all, before doing anything else. Which means whenever I'm attacking, I need to target the not first enemy slot here. Why? That was apparently slot 3. Chest. Did you just cancel my damage? No, he didn't. I don't even know what Weepy Eyes can drop. I'm kind of curious. By the way, those guys have a maximum of how many Weepy Eyes they spawn. I assume that it's just kind of a failsafe type thing, but they cannot spawn infinite amount of Weepy Eyes. You bet it's chocolate, that's a very high likelihood. Hey Cross Product, how are you doing? Welcome. And well, it's my pleasure to stream for you guys. Really, you had to on that many chests. Let's also just use Analyzer, make sure those are not trapped. Then open them. Medical herb, 1 fit. And I think those are 2 medical herbs actually. Hey J-Card, how are you doing? Speed down, don't speed me down, that's rude. Speed down is also supposed to reduce your evasion rating, but I don't think it actually does that. At least not according to Crow. Boom. But the downside of walls being unconscious on the floor is the lady will always execute a level 1 wow. Really? A level 1 attack. And the level 1 spear attack is just so super awkward. Basically, you always execute level 1 spear attacks if you have an enemy that is badly wounded on the floor or unconscious for that matter. Both of those basically end up achieving the same thing. You're 1. It's 1. Oh, we actually leveled up. Okay, let's go. Let's go. We probably want to replenish our fairy walnuts and our magic too. Basically. Let's just do this right now. I believe this is actually a pretty good setup over here. We just move over to the left wall. We should be in perfect position to the equipment rashing glitch. Okay, let's go. But that was a bit of a longer setup than I would have wanted to. We would have likely been able to defeat the Gorgon Bull quicker by running him out of magic at this point. But, well, next time I know that I will want to level up actually even more on those guys in the Palace of Darkness. Or maybe I could just figure out where there's a better grinding spot available anyways. Flame Saber, have fun with a Flame Saber. So, alrighty, here we go. This will once again take a while, but in theory... Oh, I forgot something. I need to unpick me so I can switch weapon, otherwise I can't switch weapon. By the way, I also unpick me because otherwise I can't change equipment either. So that was probably a low damage roll. So in theory, it should not deal damage. Also, if we leveled up just one more level, we would have 27 max MP, which would give us even more spell casts for Fire Bouquet here. Alrighty. 308, that is definitely a significantly higher number than before. First light's not going to deal damage to us because we were in casting invulnerability. Okay, just basically 2 more levels plus the chakra hand allows us to deal a significantly more damage. As in, that's about 3 times as much damage as we did before. Oh god. Well, and I still kind of messed that up. I didn't realize he would be able to cast immediately afterwards, but that's why we're going to save. That's okay. You have enough money, just pay the bad guy to leave. I wish he would listen to that, but considering that he lives in a tower made out of gold, I don't think you can pay him off. He just doesn't care about money, he just uses it as building material. Also, in case you're wondering what's in that chest over there, those are axe ores. We're not going to use axes in this run. Chakra hands. Uh-oh. Oh, I was wondering, is he stuck or something like that? Because he wasn't moving for a while here. Oh, I need to wait a little bit because he cast a spell. Could be defender, which would be that. Or could be... Oh, that was just his opening animation. I thought he was casting a spell. Oh, that just moved the camera. That's an idea. Try to correct that mistake. Uses physical attacks, that's actually way better for me. Hang on, can I just have him always use physical attacks or try to use physical attacks on me? I believe there's a spot I can't stand in, where he always tries to use physical attacks but never actually hits me. Let's see whether I find that spot. Those physical attacks won't hit me anyways, because they are done while I'm vulnerable by casting spells. Also, fun fact, most bosses have a collision box where you cannot walk through them. You actually can straight up walk through the Gorgon Ball if you want to. Very neat. Damage numbers are not as great, but it's still significantly more than not dealing damage to him. I wonder what's the best place to grind this in the Temple of Darkness, because I just did that place that I did in the Temple of Darkness because I knew it existed and I knew it was easy to use there. Also, I need to move now further to the left while I'm doing this to get ready in position for equipment trashing. So, need to unpick me myself in order to do equipment trashing. I think that's like too far. That should work. I was too far to the left. So this should give me stuff again. Pick me again. Let's just see whether he hits me or not. He doesn't. Nice. That's pretty convenient. Don't think that works if I'm not Pigmit. Although I could try. Actually, must be a bit risky here. Unfortunately, I don't have a barrel to test this theory. Nice crit. Okay. He didn't hit me, but that's because I dodged the attack. I need to cast a spell. Yeah, that was just defender. So unfortunately, if I'm not Pigmit, we'll sometimes do that charge attack to the right, and that can hit me. Hey Hoppy, how are you doing? Deja vu much? Oh please, do go to sleep if you need to work in the morning. I'd rather have you be fit for work. Once again, my suggestion to you is if you just kind of are really that interested in a stream, take your phone or a laptop or something like that, lay in bed and just listen or watch it, while also trying to fall asleep at the same time. I think that should be reasonable. Oh yeah, greetings to you, Mr. Gory. I hope you're doing well, and please, you need sleep. Sleep is really useful, and also nice to have. You're humping your breakfast? Enjoy! Oh boy, Skuzumaru, thank you! Skuzumaru, welcome back! Thank you so much for 5 rounds in a row with Twitch Prime too. Thank you for remembering. Welcome back, and well, I'm glad you enjoy your stay. Thank you so much, Skuzumaru. Agreeing CE grade, how are you doing? So I need to equipment trash again, go to the left. That should work. He's casting a spell and needs to cast a spell back at him. Okay, that's fine. That way I can flash my magic. He has 93 HP left. Hello. Welcome to the world of the not living anymore. Goodbye, Golden Bull. It was a pleasure having you. Or not. Oh, no. I think this should kill him. Just in case it does not, I cast another spell here. There we go. Bang! First time I killed him before running him out of magic as the lady. You're hitting the cow with so much fire. It might turn into a cooking stream. It might. Oh boy. The Isaac Asimov one is actually really neat. I think that turned out way better than other stuff I've read. Alrighty, gained luminous powers. Yay! That took us way too long. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to actually take a very short break here. I need to do something real quick. Sorry about that. We keep the timer running and we keep running after this. So be right back, guys.